The Commission resumed. We were due to start at 9:30, but I'm informed there was a misunderstanding, and a number of those who are appearing were under the impression that we were going to start at 10 o'clock. So that explains why we didn't start before 10, and thereafter there have been discussions with the evidence leaders in relation to the program for the week. It has also taken up time. I'm sorry that any members of the, would apologize to any members of the public who were in the auditorium waiting from 9:30. We don't intend to be as unpunctual as we've been this morning.
Uyaxolisa umgcini sihlalo ngokuthi siqale emva kwexesha njengoba bekuthiwa soqala ngo9:30 kuya kwaba khona ibambeka ke okuthize sixolisa kakhulu ngalonto.
Yes, Mr. Malanga, do we still have the Brigadier here? Yes. Brigadier, you are still under the oath that you took last week. I'll just remind you of that. Mr. Tip, you were cross-examining, as far as I remember.
That is correct, Mr.
Further
Chair.
Cross-examination?
I do have some further cross-examination.
Please continue.
Thank you. Brigadier, I have some questions for you which are largely going to go around the topic of the training and the equipment that, that you deal with in your training section, particularly in relation to crowd management and the operation of the functions of the public order policing unit.
Umhlekazi Thiphu ubuza imibuzo ke apha kubrigadier ephathelene nezixhobo zomsebenzi abanikwa zona ababe public order policing nendlela abaqeqeshwa ngayo kumsebenzi wabo.
Before I do that, I just have a few preliminary questions to clarify just what your position is. I take it that you are in the national office in respect of training of various units.
That is correct. I'm coordinating courses for different tactical units. So my function is to arrange that the course take place, that the material is available, that the trainer is available, that the facilities is available.
Umsebenzi wakhe ke upha eofisini likazwelonke apho esebenza khona okokuba makaxhumanise li training ekhona ukuze kubekho yonke into edingekayo nokuba ezi training ziyenzeka.
I'm not a subject expert on all the courses that I've presented or that I alluded that people are trained in.
Umuntu nje oxhumanisayo yena ke akayena uchwepheshe kwezo zifundo kule kolo qeqesho linikezwayo.
Would I be correct to think that there is an important interface between training and the operations divisions of the police service?
The process that is followed when a need is identified for training is that such a need by operational units would be raised with our curriculum development and research fraternity. And they would do the research and compile the training modules, which is then presented to the forth and back process between the operational people and the curriculum developers.
Uqeqesho labo ke luya ngokuthi na kukho imeko ezithize ezikhona ezenza okokuba uqeqesho oluthize lube sisidingo ukuthi ke xa bebona okokuba kudingeka abantu baqeqeshwe ngolhlobo bese kwenziwa ke olo qeqesho.
Would it therefore be so that the overview that you presented to us in Exhibit Q reflects the current state of the approach to training and the use of equipment in conjunction with operations?
That is correct.
Lincwadi asinikeze yona ke ngolesihlanu ikhombisa izindlela okuqeqeshwa ngayo kwangoku kulamasebe ohlukile omapolisa.
I want to touch very briefly on an aspect of the basic training program that you've dealt with, and it might be useful for us to have reference to slide number 18 of your presentation. You have it, Brigadier?
Yes, I do.
You will see there that you deal with the basic training that is offered to all candidate policemen. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And there in slide 18, you say that crowd management is presented theoretically in the program, and that it is presented at this level only in respect of first responders in crowd management before specialized trained members arrive.
That is correct, yes.
So it's a
Apha
very,
ke uchaza okokuba amapolisa lawa sangena empangelweni yamapolisa ayafundiswa nawo ukulawula xa kukho izixholo-xholo kodwa ke ukulawula ngelo xesha kungakafiki aba abaqeqeshelwe lo msebenzi.
I take it that implies that the basic training at this level is of a very elementary sort.
That is correct. This is for the police officer on patrol that comes around to spontaneous crowd forming, how to report that, and know the legislation when it's transgressed or not.
Aba ke fundiswa amapolisa lawa sangena oluqeqesho lincinci kakhulu kwenzela nje okokuba akwazi ukubona okokuba kukho into engalunganga apha akwazi nokwenza ingxelo efanele.
The reference to specialized trained members, would that be a reference to public order policing? I'm going to call them POP.
Yes, I gather that is the reference to public order police members or other units that can assist with the crowd situation.
Apha ke kuthethwa ngabantu abaqeqeshiweyo ngumsebenzi kuthethwa ngaba babizwa nge-public order policing nabanye ke abaqeqeshelwe ukwenza lo msebenzi xa kunesidingo.
Other units might assist, but the specialist training is given only to POP.
That is correct, yes.
Abanye banako ukuba babizwe bazonceda apho kodwa ke bona abantu abaqeqeshelwe lo msebenzi kakuhle ngababizwa public order policing.
And just to be sure that we're clear, a unit such as the STF, which you described as an elite tactical assault unit, that would not be concerned with crowd management training, is that right?
Not on the date, no, they are not concerned with crowd management training.
Yes.
Aba babizwa i-STF Special Task Force ke bona ababizwa nje xa kukho izixholo-xholo ezilolo hlobo.
And broadly, that would be true also of the TFT and the NIU.
That is correct, yes.
Naba be-TRT nabe-National Intervention Unit ababizwa nje kubizwa aba banye kuqala.
Brigadier, it's clear from your presentation that the police service is very concerned to avoid loss of life and serious injury in crowd management circumstances.
That is correct, yes.
Njengoba uchilo brigadier okokuba umsebenzi wenu apha emapoliseni kukulondoloza impilo kungabi khona abantu abaswelekayo kube kungabikho abantu abonzakalayo xa kukho izinto ezinjengezo.
And we have heard, presumably in pursuance of that objective, that POP members carry only non-lethal equipment.
That is correct. Public order police members issued with shotguns for crowd management, but I believe that they would carry sidearms for personal protection in other cases.
La mapolisa public order policing ke wona aphatha izixhobo imbumbulu zakhona ezingabulali kodwa ke kukho abanye abaye baphathe izixhobo ezibulalayo ezenzela okokuba bazikhusele bona xa imeko isimanzonzo.
I can just say, sorry, I can just say we focus on the shotgun during the training, not as such a pistol, so I cannot definitely say that POP's members would be carrying a pistol or not, but I assume that they would because it's going to a scene, not necessarily encountering crowd management situation, they need to be armed.
Izixhobo abafundiswa ngazo ke aba be-POP zezi zingabulali kodwa ke njengamapolisa banako okokuba bathi xa beya phaya babe bephethe izipistols zabo zomsebenzi.
Well, I'm sure, Brigadier, that we'll clarify the position with other witnesses in respect of sidearms, but a sidearm would not be carried by a POP member in order to be used for crowd management purposes. Is that fair?
If a crowd management situation turns around into a violent situation, I don't think that the shotgun with rubber would be sufficient. And I believe that is the reason why police officers are issued with sidearms to protect themselves. As I said, again, the course focus on non-lethal methods of dealing with crowd management.
Aba ke oqeqeshweni labo baqeqeshwa ngezi ze-rubber bullets okokuba bakwazi ukulawula xa kukho izinto ezinjengezo kodwa ke ipolisa nepolisa liyanikezwa umpu elizokwazi ukuthi lizikhusele ngawo xa imeko idingo kokuba azikhusele.
And the shotgun is issued only for for the discharge of rubber bullets, or as we now know, rubber balls.
That is correct, yes.
Yes.
esi sibizwa ngokuba yi-shotgun ngezi ezidubula imbumbulu zerabha kuphela.
I'm going to return to that shortly, but I wanted firstly just to take you to slide 23, where you describe the mandate that is given to public order policing.
Yes.
And you describe in essence that it is there to deal with crowd management and crowd unrest situations. And then there's a phrase that goes as follows, where classic policing strategies are not equipped to deal with the situation. I wonder if you could just clarify for us what that phrase entails, classic policing strategies.
That would be the people that we spoke about in the basic police training that have only a basic understanding of crowd management. They would get to the scene, maybe inform the person on the scene that this is an illegal gathering, and they could not deal with it. And that is classical policing that we're referring to, and that is when the specialist, which is POP, is called in to deal with the situation.
Uthi injongo yokuba kubekho amapolisa kuthiwa yi-public order policing ukuthi xa kukho izimeko ezinjengeji kuthunyelwe bona bayozisa uzinzo apho nokhuseleko lwabantu apho amapolisa nje lawa wesiqhelo engakwazi okokuba azise imeko esikhona esiqhelweni.
Crowd management and crowd unrest situations permit, of course, of a wide variety of circumstances that a POP unit might confront.
That is correct, yes.
Uthi apho kukhona abantu abaninzi kukho nodushe olukhona apho kuxa kubizwa lamapolisa e-public order policing.
One of those might be where there is a large crowd of angry people, perhaps some carrying some form of weapons, but who are determined to move towards an objective somewhere that the police do not wish them to reach.
It can be.
Sorry,
yeah.
I was just waiting for the interpreter.
Uthi kungenzeka okokuba kube ngabantu abaninzi abantu abanezizathu zokuba bayabila ngento ethize baphethe izixhobo ezibonakala ziyingozi kodwa aba bantu bazimisela ukuba kufumaneke into ethize kungabizwa lamapolisa e-POP.
Now, I'll add to that. It would then be up to essentially the POP unit on the scene to stop them from moving towards that place.
Well, sir, if I can understand, you say the police do not want him to go to a specific place because of a certain reason that they might cause harm or damage or so forth. Yes, then it will be public order police to channelize him to a certain area or to avoid him from reaching that place or to disperse a crowd and using other methods to protect that target, if I can call it that.
Uthi ke umeli mandithi aba bantu baziphethe ke ezixhobo zabo kodwa injongo yabo ukuthi bafuna ukuyofinyelela endaweni ethize kuyawubizwa lamapolisa ukuba azobanqanda ukuya apho uthi ubrigadier xa kubonakala okokuba ngahle kwenzeke ingozi ethize apho mhlawumbe kube nodushe kulowo ndawo ayakubanqanda lamapolisa.
It's in that context that I want to turn to look with you at certain features of the equipment which POP members carry with them.
Ileso sizathu ke senza okokuba ndize kule ndawo apho ndikufuna ukuthetha nawe ngokuthi zixhobo zini eziphathwa ngalamapolisa e-POP.
And to assist you, the purpose of those questions will really be to test whether a POP unit would have the capacity to stop a crowd of that description.
Ndizama ukubonisa okokuba sivane apho kokuba lamapolisa e-POP azawuba nako ukwazi na azawuba nalo ulawulo kwimeko enjengale ndizayiveza kuwe.
Brigadier, you deal with equipment in respect of POP at slide 27. If I could ask you to turn to that. You have it already. Yes.
Apha ku-27 ke uthetha ngezixhobo zabo zemsebenzi abaye banikeze zona lamadoda e-POP.
I noticed that in the schedule of equipment that is set out there, there is no reference to barbed wire.
That is correct, yes.
Ndibona apha ke njengoba ubhalile awuthethi ngocingo olokunqanda abantu.
The equipment referred to here is for the personal issue of the members. It also doesn't refer to the water cannon which is a separate course for training those operators.
Apha izixhobo ezinthetha ngazo zizinto ezinikeza umuntu ngamnye ngamunye. Ayithethi ke ngezinto ezifana nee-water cannons ezibazisebenzisayo.
Well, how integral to the operations and functions of the POP is an item such as barbed wire, the deployment of barbed wire?
Well, sir, as much I would like to help. At this stage, I think we're getting into techniques, but I believe that the techniques we'll ask to the specialist. My experience is that the barbed wire is used by crowd management for channelizing crowds into certain areas or cordoning off. But that's to the extent that I can comment on the actual use of it. And I think we should refer that to the specialist, if you don't mind.
Apho ke xa usuthetha ngale barbed wire kuzawuba zi-specialist abantu abaqeqeshe ukusetshenziswa loo nto, kodwa ngolwami ulwazi iye isetyenziswe ukunqanda abantu okokuba baya kweliphi icala nokuthi bavunyelwe okokuba mabahambe bajonge kweli cala.
I gather from that answer, Brigadier, that you're not in a position to tell us about the particulars of the training that is given to POP members in respect of the use of barbed wire, where and when it should be used, how far away it should be used, questions of that sort.
That is correct, because it will coincide with certain tactics that is used.
Apha ke uvumelana nami okokuba la mapolisa e-POP awanalo uqeqesho alufumanayo ngosebenziso lwalesi sixhobo. Ndithetha apha nge-barbed wire ukuba kufanele kudinga bayisebenzisa xa kwenze njani ngohlobo olunjani. Ewe ndivumelana nawe apha.
Well, let us turn our attention to the double-ball rubber rounds. Now, Brigadier, you'll correct me if I've misunderstood the position, but we have had reference in this commission to a circular from the Divisional Commissioner Operations in December last year, 2011, declaring that with immediate effect, rubber bullets of the kind that had previously been used were no longer to be used under any circumstances.
Kukho umbhalo wakhutshwa kunyaka ophelile othi u-Divisional Commissioner waveza ingxelo okokuba ezi rubber bullets zohlobo oluthiza usenawusetyenziswa nangaphantsi kweyiphi imeko.
You familiar with that?
I can recall there was a circular in that regard, yes.
Ewe ndiyayikhumbula i-circular yayithetha ngolo hlobo.
And was that given effect to within training?
In training, the curriculum was not adjusted, and we continued training them with that. It comes to operationalizing, because that circular came from operational division, where it was halted. But from a training perspective, the curriculum was not changed at that stage.
Noma kwa yavela ingxelo njengaleyo kodwa phaya kwi-training saloku sichubeka nje sibatraina sibaqeqesha ngosebenziso lwalo mbumbulu.
So POP trainees continued to use rubber bullets of the kind I've described. We're talking about the same thing, a fairly large, fairly heavy cylindrical bullet. Is that correct?
No, rubber ball is two balls about the size
Yes,
of my
no.
thumb. But you talk about the 40 millimeter rubber?
I'm talking about the rubber bullet that was dealt with in that circular in December 2011, the fairly large cylindrical bullet.
If you can call it by name, I would
Sorry,
know.
Brigadier, is that correct? I understand that there are rubber bullets, which are as Mr. Tipp described them. There are also rubber balls. Now, the question is whether that circular in December last year, which forbade the future use of rubber bullets, applied also to rubber balls, or was only applicable to bullets as Mr. Tipp described them. I think that's the question that we can deal with first before you carry on.
Chairperson, we refer to it as 40 millimeter, because that's the only non-lethal rubber that you can get, and 12 gauge. 12 gauge have two balls in it. 40 millimeter is a cylindrical type of rubber. And if you can just clarify which one you're referring to, and I cannot recall what stood in that specific circular. But if you refer to rubber bullets, the police talk about 12 gauge then. Rubber balls in a bullet, being shot from a shotgun.
Apha ke andazi okokuba uthetha ngeziphi ngoba zimbini inhlobo ezimbini kukho ezi ze-40 millimeters i-rubber bullets esekuba khona ezibizwa ukuba yi-12 gauge azifani ngendlela ezinye ziyibhola zi-round andazi okokuba zeziphi athetha ngazo andikhumbula okokuba secular le yayithetha ngeziphi apha kwezimbini.
And if I can recall, they referred to the 12-gauge 2-ball rubber.
Apha ke ndicinga uba kwakuthethwa ngale kuthiwa yi-12 gauge eziphuma ngazimbini kwimbumbulu ngayinye ngayinye.
From a training perspective, what is the view of your section and you personally on the effectiveness of a rubber round of that kind in stopping an angry advancing crowd of people?
You're asking for my opinion on the use of 12-gauge rubber ammunition. And I believe that it falls in the escalation of force that you are using, and that it's my opinion that it does have a place in the armament of police officers when it comes dealing with crowds.
Sithetha ngale kuthiwa yi-12 gauge ubuzo okokuba inayo na imiphumela yokuthi ikwazi ukubanqanda abantu. Ndithetha apha ngabantu ababilileyo befuna ukuya endaweni ethize. Uthi ngokwazi kwakhe ewe inayo leyo miphumela.
Brigadier, perhaps I can shorten these questions, which I'd be glad to do if I can, by just repeating to you a portion of an opening submission made by my learned friend Mr. Semenya on behalf of SAPS in these proceedings. And he said the following. This was as part of a description of what happened at Marikana. I haven't lost sight of the fact that you were not at Marikana, but that's not really the thrust of why I'm going to read this to you.
Ndiza kufundela le ntetho evela kumhlekazi uSiminya aye wavula ngayo apha eyayichaza isimo sasikhona pha eMarikana ngalo. Ndiyakhumbula okokuba wena ke ubungekho eMarikana, kodwa ndifuna ukuva ukuba uthini wena ngale ngxelo endiza kufundela yona.
And the following was said: the protesters defied this and attempted on 3 occasions to breach the police barbed wire.
Aba baqhankqalazi ke kabavumelananga nokunqandwa ngamapolisa. Benza inzame kwade kwakathathu okokuba bagqithe apho amapolisa bebenqanda khona.
Tear gas, stun grenades, water cannons, and rubber bullets were used to try and stop them from breaching the police line.
Kwasetshenziswa ke yonke leyo nto, i-rubber bullets, i-tear gas, stun grenades, nazo zonke izinto zokuba zibanqande.
This did not deter them.
Ayikwazanga ayibanga namphumelelo ke yonke ezo nzame zamapolisa.
They had protected themselves from rubber bullets by wearing numerous layers of clothing and covering themselves with a blanket.
Babe zikhusele ngokunxiba izinto ezininzi apha emzimbeni yabo, abanye banxibe namabhayi okokuba zingakwazi ukuba visa ubuhlungu i-rubber bullets.
Chair, members of the Commission, you will hear evidence about the ineffectiveness of police-issued rubber bullets in such circumstances.
Wathi ke umhlekazi kumqini isihlalo uzawuva obungqina obuzawuvela okokuba zonke inzame zokusebenzisa i-rubber bullets azibanga namphumela.
And that is the end of what Learned Counsel had to say on that topic at that stage. And it's with regard to statements of that kind, and also perhaps what we have seen on video material here, that I'm raising this question for you again from the perspective of what members are trained to do and what they are equipped with in order to achieve their duties.
Ndikubuza le mbuzo ke emva kwale ngxelo nento ozibone phaya komabonakude ukuba kwenzeka ntoni nantoni nantoni. Ngoku ke ndifuna ukwazi okokuba olu qeqesho linikezela amapolisa lungakanani ukuthiba nokunqanda izimo neemeko ezinjalo.
I'm going to ask you to comment on that, but again, to assist you, I'm going to add the following, that the real thrust of these questions is the following. If there is a situation where there is an angry, advancing crowd, and the POP is not able to bring them to a stop, then what is the next step? And the concern there is, of course, the possibility that the next step is the use of live ammunition.
Mandibuze ke lo mbuzo kanjena, mandithi ke Brigadier kukho imeko phaya emanzonzo ngohlobo lokuthi asenze zonke inzame amapolisa lawe POP ukubanqanda ababantu kabanqandeki ndoyika okokuba apha ke kuzabe sekusetyenziswa imbumbulu ezezinokubulala.
Firstly, I have to say the use of sharp ammunition would be a last resort in any case for any police officer to defend himself or the life of others. The next level would be to continue with those non-lethal methods that the police are issued with.
Apha kuzawudinga ukuba amapolisa aqhubeka badubule ngezimbumbulu zeraba nezinye izinto ezingabulali. Uthi ke ubrigadier ukusetshenziswa kompulo obulalayo kuzawuba into yokugqibela apho ipolisa selifanele ukuba lizikhusele zona okanye lizikhusele lona okanye likhusele izimpilo zabanye abantu.
As I said earlier, in basic training already we start with the right of life and where people are taught according to Article 49 of the Criminal Procedure Act and the use of force. And if a police officer would use sharp ammunition, that would be the last resort.
Njengoba nditshilo ke aphaya ekuqaleni xa siqeqesha amapolisa lawo amancinci asangena ayafundiswa ngomthetho lokuthiwa ngusection 49. Lo mthetho uthetha ngokuthi sisetshenziswa nini isixhobo sokuzivikela sokuzikhusela.
In peaceful demonstrations that turns violent, in numerous cases it is found that these tactics of using non-lethal is very effective. Using rubber bullets, water cannons and tear gas to disperse crowds that I've seen. If protest turns so violent that those things become obsolete, that they do not work anymore, then one has to ask the question, what is the next level? And that's your question. And I doubt whether a police officer will shoot to disperse a crowd with live ammunition. And I would think that it is his decision to defend his life when he uses sharp ammunition.
Njengoba nditshilo kokuba kuzokwenziwa yonke into ekhona kuzokwenziwa yonke imizamo kokuba banqandwe aba bantu andibona ukuba ipolisa lingasebenzisa umpulo ubulalayo ngenjongo yokuhlukanisa abantu phakathi kuyosebenzisa ezinye izindlela ezikhona.
Brigadier, I don't propose to pursue this at any length, but I do want to repeat the question and to make clear precisely what the focus of it is. We're looking at a situation where there is a sensitive target. Let me be concrete about it. Suppose that there is a procession of dignitaries moving along a street a block away, and that there is a crowd of protesters who are very opposed to those particular dignitaries and who would like to get close enough to at least interfere with the procession and to make their views known.
Mandibeke kuwe ngolhlobo brigadier. Kukho abantu abathize ababaluleke gqitha bankweli yaqala. Namba abaqhankqalazi bafuna ukuya kulo ndawo bayothetha noma bayobeka imbono zabo kwabo bantu.
The crowd is determined to get there, and there is a unit of POP who are a block away and who are there to prevent them from getting there.
Abaqhankqalazi ke bazimisele okokuba nakanjani bayawufika kulaa ndawo abangavunyelwa okokuba baye kuyo. Kuthi khona apho nje kufuphi kube khona amapolisa lawo e-POP abekwe apho okuba banqande aba bantu bangaphumeleli ukuya phaya. Kuyakwenzeka ntoni apho?
As set out in the passage from my learned friend Mr. Semenya, tear gas, water cannons, rubber bullets, stun grenades were used. It didn't deter that group, and let us say it doesn't deter the hypothetical group I'm putting to you.
Njengoba besevezile ke umhlekazi uSimenya apha kwasetshenziswa yonke inzame tear gas, water cannons nezezinye stun grenades ezingakwazanga ukuba zibanqande aba bantu. Mandithi ke
it is with respect not an answer to say, well, they'll continue to use that equipment because they have tried it and it has failed and the crowd is about to overrun them. Does it mean that the POP unit in those circumstances couldn't contain the crowd, couldn't stop them?
Njengoba ndisitsho ke banze zonke inzame ezikhona namba abaqhankqalazi sebefikile apha kubo bePOP uzothi ke bahlulekile ukwenza inzame zokubanqanda.
When you say overrun the police officers, I assume that that goes hand in hand with violent attack on those police officers that are standing on the line. Because that's
Forgive me for interrupting. That's not a premise. When I say overrun, it means that they pass them. They get through and they're on their way to the procession.
Andithethi ngodushe noma izixholoxholo eziye zabakhona apha ndithi amapolisa azamile ukubadubula azama ukwenza yonke into ukubanqanda banganqandeki aba bantu sebafikile ngoku bayagqitha kula mapolisa ePOP.
Well, sir, I don't know how to answer you because that is tactics that police officers would be utilizing, the POP. But I assume that they would use all efforts necessary to stop them from breaching the line that they are protecting. And further than that, I cannot say exactly what the POP member would do in that situation.
Ndinobunzima ke ekuphenduleni lo mbuzo. Andazi okokuba azawugqibela enze intoni amapolisa la we-POP ngaphandle nje kokuthi azokwenza yonke into ekhona azame ngayo yonke indlela ukubanqanda aba bantu.
Chair, that concludes our questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tip. Mr. Brainders, do you have questions for the witness?
Thank you.
Ibilapho umhlekazi Tip kungena ngoku umhlekazi Brainders.
Brigadier, you said that the POP is trained in aspects of the Regulation of Gatherings Act.
That's correct.
Which aspects of that act are they trained in?
Well, sir, I do not have the content with me. I do not have knowledge of the content itself.
Muthi bayafundiswa ke aba be-POP ngomthetho ophathelene nezinhlangano apha abantu bebuthana khona kodwa ngeke asho ngokuphathanga ngokulo mthetho kuba bafundiswa ntoni nantoni kuwo.
The content of the curriculum is not, I cannot comment on that because I do not have specific knowledge of it.
Andinalo ulwazi lokuba yintoni nantoni abafundiswa yona kulandele AP.
Then it's clear from the evidence that you've just given that you agree that the focus of the training of the POP is public order policing.
Is it public order policing and crowd management? Yes.
La mapolisa e-POP afundiswa nje ukujonga izindawo ezinjengalezo nokunqanda izixholoxholo.
As per slide 24, where it says responsibility of public order police is to perform crowd management, combating public violence, stabilizing of serious and violent crime incidents, and giving specialized operational support and to render specialized assistance.
Njengoba kubhaliwe apha kokuba umsebenzi wabo ukuthi xa kukho izimo ezithize imeko ezithize baye apho bayolawula ukuze imeko ibuyiselwe kwesiqhelekileyo.
What you've just read out is the focus of the training of POP members.
Lento ifundayo injongo yokuqeqesha aba bantu be-POP kokuba kujonge ukuba benze ntoni.
That's correct, yes.
Ewe.
That's not the focus of the training of the NIU, STF, and TRT.
No, that is not the focus of those units that you mentioned.
Aba abanye especially in SIU ne TRT namanye amapolisa olawo uqeqesho ke lolunye.
As I understand it, you yourself don't know what training the POP members underwent who were on duty on the 16th of August.
Kawunalo kulwazi lokuba la mapolisa e-POP abesemsebenzini ngomhla ka-16 ku-August awazi ukubafundiswa ntoni.
That is correct, yes.
Ewe.
And you don't know whether these members had previously carried out public order policing, crowd management, the kind of things you describe in slide 24.
Awunalo kulwazi kokuba lawo malungu lamapolisa abeke awenza lo msebenzi ngaphambili kwale mini lena.
That is correct, yes.
Ewe.
And you don't know whether those POP members had previously carried out a public order policing exercise involving thousands of workers engaged in an unlawful strike, many of them armed.
Awunakuba nokwazi ukusixela aba bantu bake basebenza ngamanani angaka amawaka abantu abaphethe izixhobo.
No, I don't know.
Andazi.
What you can say is that you'd expect, because of the focus of their training, public order policing to be responsible for and to carry out the policing exercise in managing the situation I've just described.
That is correct, yes.
Phela nje kwento ngayisho kuba baqeqeshiwe ke aba bantu kuba babe nalo ulwazi lokulawula isimo esinjengalesi sangale mini. Ewe.
As I also understand your evidence, you don't know what the plan was for managing and policing the situation on the Kopi at Wonderkop.
No, I was not aware of.
Njengoba uchilo kokuba ubungekho apho wena wazo kokuba kwakuhlelwe ntoni iplan eyayenziwe kokuba phaya entabeni bazawulawula ngoluphi uhlobo aba bantu.
Are POP members trained about how to respond when things don't go according to plan?
Baqeqeshiwe na aba bantu kokuba xa izinto zingahambi ngalendlela bekuplanwe ngayo bafanele benze ntoni?
If I'm correct, you're asking, they've got a plan, they're executing it, and it doesn't go according to the plan, if they know what to do next. And I would say that is when they regroup and take another decision, implement a new tactical plan.
Apho kudingeka ukuba babuye umva baplane kabusha ukuba ngoba lehluleka elicebo siyawusebenzisa eliphi.
Is that what they are trained to do?
Sorry, Brigadier, that wasn't an answer to the question. The question was, are POP members trained how to respond when things don't go according to plan?
Chairperson, I cannot comment on that. I cannot recall that I read it out here from the presentation. And that, if I can say, that would be a tactical decision, a command decision by the members on the ground, how to respond next.
Umgcinisihlalo uyamcela ubrigadier ukuba umbuzo uthi amapolisa lawa ePOP xa esebenza phaya ingahambi ke ngendlela ebekade kuplanwe ngayo lento kufanele enze ntoni. Uthi apho kuyawudingeka okokuba ophethe ikomanda kube yiyo enza isigqibo.
When you said that if things don't go according to plan, you expect the POP to regroup and formulate a new plan, did you mean to say that that is what they are trained to do?
So I cannot comment on that, unfortunately, because I do not see it in the slides. And as I earlier said, this slide was prepared by a team of members, and I would prefer if that question can be directed to a specialist in a POP environment. I do not see it in my slides, which means there's no specific subject to that.
Xa usitsho ngolu hlobo uthetha ngalo kokuba xa into ingahambi njengoba ibikade iplaniwe bafanele babuye umva baplane kabusha kokuba bazawusebenza ntoni ukuba imfundiso indlela abaqeqeshwa ngayo le uthi hayi njengoba ingekho apha kwizincwadi zam ndizawuthanda kokuba ubuze umuntu onolwazi ngaloo nto.
To whom must Mr. Brainders then direct those questions? Who is the person who gave you the information which you incorporated in your presentation, who will be able to deal with the points that Mr. Brainders is now raising with you?
Chair, if I may be of assistance, it is Colonel Scott who will deal with those issues.
Thank you, Mr. Semenya.
Umhlekazi uSiminya uthi umuntu ozokwazi ukubaphendula lo mbuzo uKolonel Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier, when you said that when things don't go according to plan, you expect the POP to regroup and reformulate their plan, do you mean to say that that would be the commonsensical response of a unit in that situation?
Xa usithi xa izinto zingasebenzi ke ngendlela wena ucinga okokuba kufanele babuye umva aba bantu bacinge kabusho okokuba makwenziwe ntoni ngokuthi iyona ndlela efanele leyo ngaphansi kwemeko ezinjalo.
Yes, I agree with what you're saying.
Ewe ndicinga
And
ngolo.
would regrouping and reformulating the plan, would that be, as far as you're concerned as a trainer, would that be a standard way of best dealing with a situation that doesn't go according to plan?
Well, sir, not as a trainer of public order police, but as a coordinator of it, those decisions get taken on the ground. There's not a sit down and discuss it again. That's what I would expect. But where the commanders would take lead and say, let's employ this tactic or do this or that. That's what I as a police officer think that they should be doing.
Njengepolisa ndiyacinga okokuba ophethe ikomanda yiyo ezawufanele ukuba iyenze isigqibo ngelo xesha okokuba yintoni efanele ukwenziwa ngoku.
Do you think that, sorry, let me rephrase that. As a coordinator, would you say that that standard that you expect would be reasonable to expect from the commanders in charge of a situation that doesn't go according to plan?
That is correct, yes.
Ndicinga ngolo hlobo ke mna okokuba ikomanda kufanele zenze ngolo hlobo okokuba xa into ingasebenzekanga njengoba beplaniwe kucingwe kubuyelwe umva kucingwe enye indlela engasetshenziswa.
Sorry, Chair, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brandes. Mr. Bezos.
He's just calling on you if you want to say something.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tekazo Bezos gogo.
You joined the police force in 85.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Ungene apha embusweni
had,
85.
9 years experience as a police officer when fundamental constitutional changes took place in South Africa.
Xa kwenziwa bunomnyaka engu9 apha epoliseni xa kwenziwa eziyazinguqu eziningi eziye zenzeka eSouth Africa phansi komthetho.
Yes, sir.
What was your rank in 94?
I think I was a lieutenant. I'm not
Already
sure.
an officer.
I think so, yes, 94.
Now,
Ngo-1994 bese ndiyi-lieutenant
it
ndiyi-officer.
has been suggested quite seriously that the police force was militarized during your 9 years of experience as a police officer. Would you agree with that assertion?
Uyawuvumelana nami okokuba kule minyaka engu9 ulipolisa phambi kokuba kupe inguqu ezi amapolisa afundiswa ukusetshenziswa lwezigaba.
So you're referring between 85 and 94 then?
Well, let's confine it to the period where you wore that khaki uniform. Was it a khaki uniform?
Ngeliya xesha ndisanxiba i-uniform le yekaki.
So I've only worn blue in my whole life. I've never been part of units that were khaki or the camouflage. But I believe that is the period that you're referring to.
Yes.
I-uniform ndandiyinxiba yile blue
Was
andizange
it, or was
ndiyifake
it
le
not a
yekaki.
militarized unit or force, militarized force?
So,
It was been accused of it, it has been accepted, but I want your view. Did you consider it a militarized force?
no, I did not consider it a militarized use.
So the
Ndibeka
people who say so are wrong.
kuwe okokuba lawo mapolisa kwakungamapolisa befundiswa ukusetshenziswa lezigala. Uyayikhanyela loo ntetho.
So you've asked for my opinion, and that's what my opinion is.
Yes.
Xa ubuza mna ke hayi andiyikholelwa okokuba bebefundiswa loo nto.
If I were to put to you that the reason why it was referred to as a militarized force is because it believed in shooting first and asking questions later.
Zawubeka kuwe ke ngolu hlobo ba
It
kwangabantu
may be a
ababefundiswe
simplification, but was that the
Ba-
common
kwangabantu-
man's vision?
bangabantu
At that
abefundiswe ukusebenzisa izigalo ngoba bebadubula bengakabuzi imibuzo kubuzwe imibuzo emva koko.
So again, in my experience, I did not experience that because I was not involved with that. And I cannot speak for the common man as you referred to.
Andi ayizange yenzeke
Are
ke
you not a
kum
common
loo nto.
man?
I'm on the side of the police now, if you say, because you're referring to me as a police officer.
Ndilipolisa ewe uthetha nami njengepolisa ndithi ayizange
These
yenzeke kum.
officers do not shut their ears or distance their brains from the common feeling of the people in the country, should they?
Andithi amapolisa wavala izindlebe engathi awayiboni into eyenzeka kulizwe gazi lawo wethu akunjalo.
I cannot speak for other police officers except myself.
Andikwazi ukuba ndithethele amanye amapolisa
Are you
ndithethela
aware
mna.
that before 94, during the apartheid regime, there were numerous massacres of people who gathered, being shot dead? Were you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Ubuyazi into yokuba phambi konyaka ka-94 kwabakho izigameko ezininzi zabantu babebulawa bedutshulwa njengokuba
From the
bedibene
time of
bahlangene.
Sharpeville,
I know about that, yes, sir.
Ndiyayikhumbula
76,
iSharpeville no-76
Yes.
ewe
Eastern Province,
e-Eastern Province
the so-called Transkei independent state, and in the Mr. Gozo's republic,
iziganeko ezenzeka phaya kusabusa uGcozo ezenzeka phaya eSiskai uyazikhumbula ezo
Yes, I know about that.
ewe ndiyayazi loo nto.
and particularly even in the 90s in Natal, in the Val Triangle,
Naphaya ko-90 eNatali nezenzeka apha eFal Triangle
I get
and it earned the disrespect of the people of South Africa as a military force who indiscriminately killed innocent people.
yilowo nto yenza okokuba angahlonipheki amapolisa njengabantu ababulala nje abantu basemzantsi kungenzekanga nto.
Were you aware of it?
Ubunolwazi laloo nto
I was aware of those notions, yes.
ewe
And that it was said.
ndiyayazi ukuba
In
bekushiwo ngolu hlobo.
1994, and the fundamental constitutional changes and the democratic elections, did you become aware that there was a revulsion of this reputation of the police force as a militarized force? Were you become aware of it, that there was this revulsion?
Unalo lwazi okokuba kuthe xa kwenziwa kubhalwa umgaqo siseko weli lizwe kwakukhona into beyingathandwa ngabahlali le ndlela bebeziphethe ngayo abombuso wamapolisa.
Yes, I became aware of it.
Ewe ndiyayazi loo.
And are you aware that the then Commissioner of Police, General Fivers, the Minister of Police, what was his name? Mr. Mafumadi, and the President himself, Mr. Mandela, called for fundamental change to the mindset of the police force soon after the 1994 elections?
Uyazi
You
okokuba
become aware of it?
uyazi okokuba uCommissioner wamapolisa ngelo xesha uFivers noMinister owayephethe amapolisa umhlekazi uMfumadi noMadiba yena ngokwakhe babiza okokuba makubekho uguquko lwemibono nengqondo emapoliseni ngokusebenza kwawo ikakhulu ukusebenziseni kwezigaba.
Yes, I became aware of it.
Ndiyayazi loo nto.
aware that a special committee of South African and UN and European Union experts were called together in order to help in the transformation of the South African police?
No, I was not aware of that.
Akanalo kulwazi kwabakho i-special commission eyayibizwe i-South Africa apho kwakukhona benhlangano yezizwe United Nations nabase-European Union babezokwenza umzamo yokokuba kulungiswe isimo samapolisa ase-South Africa.
Would you
Akanalo ulwazi.
dispute that there was a very serious attempt to re-educate each and every policeman, and I would assume even you, to change your mind about the responsibility for the sanctity of the life of all the citizens of the country?
No, I
Did
don't.
not reach you.
No, I'm not disputing it. I did not know there was a special commission.
Andikhanyeli into yokokuba kwenziwa zonke inzame zokufundisa onke amapolisa nami ngokwami okokuba makubekho ukuguqula komqondo setshenzisweni kwezigalo maqondana nabantu base-South Africa. Into endingayazi okokuba kwabakho i-special commission salowo msebenzi.
But did that sort of training of the mind change come through to you as an individual,
Ndibuza wena ngokwakho ke
as a
brigadier
young
okokuba
officer?
njengepolisa laliselincinci ngolo hlobo wabizwa na uzofundiswa ngale nto endithetha ngayo.
I cannot say I recall specific causes, but yes, there was a general change in the approach of policing, and
What-
I was also part of that, yes.
What was the attempt to achieve what? That all this trouble was taken for the period of 4 years from 1994 until at the end of that decade to transform the police force. What did you learn? What were you told? How
None.
should you behave vis-à-vis the ordinary people of South Africa?
Nanifundiswa ntoni ke kuyo yonke leminyaka engaka kuze kuphele ixesha elide kanjena ngokuziphatha kwenu njengamapolisa apha eSouth Africa? Yintoni nanifundiswa yona kahle hle?
I cannot recall specific training interventions that I attended, but I know about human rights courses, Batupele principles. So there was, yes, there was a approach change in the police.
Kwakukhona kwakukhona izifundo ezazikhona njengezifundo eziphathelene namalungelo oluntu, human rights, nebathupili nezinye izinto ezinjengezo sasifundiswa zona.
Did it affect your mindset in relation to the safety of all the people in South Africa?
Yes, it definitely did.
Yaba namvuzo mini kuwe yakuguqula
credit,
ekujongeni kwakho izinto?
stayed.
Ewe.
And you received promotion to almost the highest rank in the police force.
Sorry, can you just repeat the question? I didn't get that.
You accepted that, and it's probably one of the reasons why you achieved the prominence that you have in the police force.
That's correct, and that's
Why
why I'm still
am-
a proud police officer today.
Walamkela ke oluguqulo wena watshintsha nengqondo yakho yikho nje okwenza ukuba uzupromote ube kulezinga ukulo namhlanje. Ewe.
During that period, can you name one similar event of what happened in the past or what happened in Marikana on the 16th of August this year? Were there any massacres during that period?
Period 94 to 98, not
Yeah.
that I can recall, sir.
No, that I can recall.
Kusuka
Not- not
ngo-94
tonight.
kude kube ngo-98 ayizange iyenzeke into efana nale yaseMarikana.
Does the spirit of 1994 to 1998 still prevail in the police force that you are now serving?
Le nto nanifundiswa yona kusuka ngo-98 kude kube ngo-94 enanifundiswa yona okokuba nisebenzela uluntu ngoku isasebenza nangoku?
Yes, according to me, sir.
Yes.
Kuya ngokwami ewe isasebenza.
Have anyone in the police force, has anyone in the police force or in any political, high political office questioned the wisdom of the attitude of that period?
Ukhona apha emapoliseni kanene omnye nje ophethe ioffice eliphezulu maqondana nezombangazo zepolitiki oke waba nemibuzo maqondana nokuziphatha kwamapolisa ngelo xesha.
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of. Let me remind you.
Andinalo ulwazi ngaloko. Ithi ke ndikhumbuze mfo kaba.
You remember the name Steve Tshweti, the Minister of Safety and Security?
Uyayikhumbula indoda kwakuthiwa nguSteve Tshwete wayephethe ezamapolisa?
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndiyamkhumbula.
Did he, in June 1999, shortly after his appointment, in a speech to the police in Soweto, say, "We are going to deal with criminals as a bulldog deals with a bull"?
Uyakhumbula
remember
enza
that?
ispeech enza intetho phaya eSoweto umhlekazi lo Steve Tshwete kokuba izikrelemnqa siza kuziphatha njenge bulldog xa zijongene nenkunzi.
No, I've
Enko.
never heard those words before, but if you read it, I suppose that the
I
minister
beg your
has said.
pardon?
I've not heard those words before, but
And
if
this
you
one-
read it, I suppose
You
it
take
it
them
was said.
from me, from good
Yes,
authority,
yes.
Zange
that
ndiweze
he
lo
said that.
qala ukuyiva ngawe le ntetho namhlanje.
Was that consistent with the spirit of 1994 to 1998?
Ngoku le ntetho ke endikufundela yona iyahambelana nale nto bendithetha
I'm not
ngayo
sure that-
94 to 98.
I'm not quite sure where you're going with this cross-examination of this witness. Obviously, the points you're making may well have force as arguments to advance later on. But is it necessary to get the views of this brigadier, who wasn't even involved in the events of the 16th of August, on this topic? If you want to ask someone's views, perhaps you should ask Mr. Nkosi Thomas's client when he comes into the witness box, if he does.
Mr. Chairman, it's not the only quotation that I have. The purpose of the cross-examination is that you can rise to the rank of a brigadier without taking notice what is happening in the country and what is being said by whom in relation to.
Very well, Mr. Bezos. Proceed with the cross-examination.
Ubuzwa ngoko kokuba le mbuzo ayibuzayo iphathelene nantoni ngale nto esingayo apha. Uthi ubuzwa ngoba lo muntu usephakeme wade waba yibrigadier angazazi na intetho ezinjengalezi ezike zaba khona phambilini.
Mr. Bezos, I see, I'm sorry to interrupt you, I see it's now 11:15. When it's appropriate for us to take the tea adjournment, will you let me know?
I can do it now, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to in the next quotation.
Well, we'll make your quotation then,
Yes.
and then we can take the tea adjournment.
Siseza kwi-quotation elandelayo phaa kumhlekazi
When
uBizos
Mr.
okwangoku.
Charles Nkakula, Nkakula, took over in April 2002, did you hear that he said, anyone who points a firearm at police will be killed by police officers?
Uyayikhumbula intetho kamhlekazi uCharles Nkakula owangena apha emapoliseni ngo-2002 xa esithi umuntu oke wakhipha umpu wawukhomba ngasepoliseni uyawubulawa ngamapolisa.
Yes, I can recall that.
Ewe leyo ndiyayikhumbula.
Do you think that it is in accordance with the law that you have yourself told us about proportionality? Is that an appeal to a statement to police to use proportional force?
Le ntetho
Pointing
ke
of a firearm?
iyahambelana nale nto ubusifundela
Mere
yona apha.
pointing of a firearm must lead to the death of the person that pointed it.
Le nto yokokuba ukukhupha nje umpu ujongise ngasepoliseni kuyokwenza okokuba ubulawe lipolisa iyahambelana nale ntetho ubusifundela yona apho kokuba aqeqeshwa kanjani amapolisa nokhuseleko labantu nosebenzo lezigaba.
I believe the time it was said was when there was huge police killings where police officers were killed. And maybe that sparked the minister to say something like that.
Ndicinga okokuba yenzeka ngeliya xesha xa kwakubulawa amapolisa amaningi iyona into eyabangela okokuba uminister aze akhuphe la mazwi
Is
kanje.
that-
We
Is
teach
that
a
a-
police officer, sorry, can I continue? Sorry, sir. We teach a police officer the law, but the person eventually taking the decision to shoot or not is that individual, that police officer standing there.
Thina amapolisa siwafundisa nje ukuba umthetho uthini. Kodwa umuntu owenza isigqibo kuya ngemeko akuyona ngelo xesha lilelo polisa.
And if his life is threatened, then he should take the necessary action to protect himself or people that he is standing with.
Xa ebona okokuba impilo yakhe isengozini kuyawudingeka ukuba azikhusele ikanene ebona ukuba impilo yabanye
May
abantu
he-
isengozini makabakhusele.
He seek to protect himself by possibly being quicker on the draw, wound the person in the leg, but not kill him.
Angakwazi ukuzikhusela ngokuthi asikhuphe msinya umpu wakhe ambethe lo muntu edolweni noma enyaweni angambulali.
You're asking whether if he's faster and then wounding the person instead of killing him.
Yes.
Uthi amenzakalise lo muntu endaweni yokuba mbulale.
Isn't that an expectation of what the judges said in
Andithi
various
amajaji
cases?
athetha ngolo hlobo kwizigqibo zawo ezininzi.
Well, I cannot comment on specific incidences, but if a person's life is threatened, that member has to take the decision, is his life threatened? Must he use proportional force? And not necessarily shooting somebody in the toe would stop him from shooting back at you. And I think that is, I cannot be able to comment on that unless I'm in the situation myself.
Xa ndikwimeko enjengaleyo
You think
ndingakwazi
that it's
ukuziphendulela
right that
mna. Kodwa andikwazi
gun is
ukutsho okokuba
pointed-
ipolisa xa
Please
likhiphe
ask,
umbulali.
please ask what the witness thinks about what's right or wrong when a gun is pointed.
George, can I just bring something?
The Commission will resume. You're still under oath, Brigadier?
Chairman, before we commence, may I ask that dispensation with regard to jackets be continued? It is very unpleasantly hot in here.
You were absent, Mr. Budlander. The point arose with Mr. Mpofu. And he made the point that until the dispensation is revoked, it stands. Which is why it was not necessary for me to expressly extend it earlier this morning.
I understand it was indefinite. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, you weren't here when that. You were here. Anyway, Brigadier, you're still under oath. You don't have to keep your jacket on if you don't want to. Although Mr. Bezos has his jacket on, so perhaps you can continue your debates, both appropriately clad.
Brigadier, there is an aspect of your evidence that I cannot understand or accept. The answer given to my learned friend on my left, Mr. Tip, that you really don't know the content of the training of any particular branch. How do you coordinate them if you don't know what their training is, what their mindset is, what their capabilities are? As your function as, how did you describe yourself?
Training coordinator.
Coordinator. How do you coordinate something that you are so ignorant about?
Ubuza ukuthi xa ungumuntu oxhumanisa oluqeqesho labantu abohlukile ungenalo ulwazi lokuba aba bantu baqeqeshwa kanjani ngantoni yintoni kahle hle oyenzayo phaya.
Sir, with all due respect, there's hundreds of courses in the police of which I cannot recall all the curriculums. My function is to identify the need, or the need is identified for a specific training area. The need is then passed down to our division. We draw up a yearly training program in which we then address that need. The courses that is utilized to train the people is identified, and then we make it happen. We put the facility, the members that is nominated, the funding, the coordinating the necessary trainers to be present at the intervention so they can present that training.
Umsebenzi wethu njengoba ndisitsho nje kokuba sikwazi ukuhlanganisa nje ukuba uqeqesho lubakhona xa kunesidingo esithize kokuba abantu baqeqeshwe ngento ethize siye sijonge siyiphonononge leyo nto bese ke kuthi sibize abantu abazokwenza oloqeqesho sibize nabantu abaza kubaqeqesha phelela apho umsebenzi.
I'm not ignorant to it. If a matter is raised during a training intervention, I would then facilitate that the research department look into that specific aspect if I cannot address it myself. But as I from the beginning said, I'm not a trainer in all these aspects. I am not a special task force trainer. I am not a public order police trainer. I merely facilitate that those trainings take place. And when I was asked to come and give evidence, it was to give a broad outline of the curriculums so that the committee can understand the subjects that is taught to the trainees.
Ndibizele nje ukuba ndizobonisa ukuba amapolisa aqeqeshwa ngantoni nantoni ayokuba aqeqeshwa ndim.
I can understand what you say, but the issue of when to shoot to kill must be and ought to be a very important question in the minds of everyone in the police force. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Uyavumelana ke nento yokuba kusetshenziswe lo mpu kufanele kube into ebaleke kakhulu phaya eqeqeshweni lamapolisa. Ewe ndivumelana nawe.
You as a rookie must have asked yourself, when am I entitled to kill a fellow human being, whatever wrong he or she may have done?
Wena ke njengepolisa xa usangena
If you
apha
ask yourself that question,
ubuzibuza umbuzo kokuba lo mpu ndinikwe wona usetshenziswa xa kwenzeke ntoni udutshulwa nini umuntu xa kwenzekeni.
Yes, sir, I was taught that in my basic police training.
Ewe ndafundiswa loo nto ndisangena nje epoliseni.
Do you share the view of General Tsele? Who are they to call us brutal? Those who sit with their books in air-conditioned offices. You see, Mr. Chairman, I'm very sensitive to this issue of air conditioning. While our officers have to go out there and respond to violent activities such as heists, armed robberies, and hijackings.
Umhlekazi uGeneral Cele wathetha ngolu
You know
hlobo.
that General Tsele said that?
Uyayazi into bayithetha ngoGeneral Cele lento ukuba bangobani bona ukuba ngabuza thina okokuba amapolisa ethu kufanele adubule nini bahleli kwi-office zabo ezimandi ezine air conditions esingenazo thina apha kwangoku. Ebuza lo mbuzo unalo ulazo lento?
Yes, I'm aware that he said that.
Ewe ndiyazi bayithetha loo nto.
Did you ask yourself, or did any of your subordinates ask you, Brigadier, what is this Mr. Commissioner Tsele saying? How can you compare heists, armed robberies, and hijackings? We in the popular office, what is it? POPs? We want to know, what do we do in a situation in which there are 3,000 people, some of them, as minority, are armed, they are hungry, they are thirsty, they are disappointed because they haven't got any wages for the last 6 weeks or so, and they misbehave.
Anizange nibe nako ukuzibuza
How
imibuzo
do
nini
we deal with it?
ukuthi xa uCele ethetha ngolu hlobo ngama-heist,
Do we shoot indiscriminately
ngama-armed robbery ne-hijackings
and
okokuba
possibly kill someone who hasn't committed any crime other than possibly to attend an unlawful gathering?
anizange
Aren't
nibazi
those questions discussed with your fellow officers, the people under you? Were they not discussed? Are they not discussed? What answers do you give them?
Bezos, I think the interpreter, who admittedly is very good at interpreting long questions, but I think you've gone rather far down the line of long questions. I think you should give him a chance to catch up.
I'll try.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Umhlekazi uBizos ubebuza ke lo mbuzo omde njengoba beniuva nje okokuba emva kokuba uGeneral Cele esethethe zonke ezi zinto kabazange babe nabo na ukuzibuza imibuzo kokuba xa uCele esithi makudutshulwe kubantu abenza ezi zenzo ze-heists, armed robberies, hijacking, bona njengamapolisa e-POP bejongene nabantu abangama-3,000 abaxhomile, abantu abomile, abangafumana amanzi okusela, abangafumananga kutya, abangafumananga imivuzo, izinyanga eziyi-6 mabenze ntoni?
I can recall when General Cele said that, and I did not take it as shoot first and ask questions later, because I have respect for life.
Ndiyayikhumbula loo ntetho kaGeneral uCele, kodwa ke mna andiyivanga okokuba uthi dubula kuqala ubuze imibuzo emva koko, ngoba mna ndiyayihlonipha impilo yomnye umntu.
When I was asked this question by fellow police officers, can we now just shoot indiscriminately? I replied by saying the law still stands, irrespective of what the general said.
Xa ndibuzwa ke ngamanye amapolisa athi njengoba esisho uGeneral singadubula noma nini na, ndathi mna kubo umthetho uloku umi unjalo.
The way I interpreted General Cele's statement was to defend yourself, be vigilant, defend yourself and not become statistics as part of the policemen that are killed on a daily basis.
Intetho kaGeneral Cele ndayiva mna engathi uchaza kokuba wena njengepolisa zama kokuba uzikhusele ngalo lonke ixesha ungabi ngomnye walaba babalwa njengamapolisa aswelekileyo emsebenzini.
And that has been my standpoint from day one that I joined the police service, that one have to act within the law.
Into beyikum kusuka nje ndingena apha emsebenzini wopolisa kokuba ndizawuhlonipha umthetho ngawo onke amaxesha.
Have you said this as part of the training process, that we have to make that distinction?
I'm not a guest speaker, but whenever I had interaction with trainees, whether I visit the course or whether it was functions that I had closed off for them, That would be my point of view if I was asked this, and that is the point of view that I always took with trainees.
Andingomnye walaba bafundisayo xa ebuza okokuba uyayithetha naloo ntetho kula mapolisa ezoqeqeshweni. Uthi andifundisi ke mna kodwa xa ndifumana ithuba lokuba ndithethe nabo xa kuvalwa noma kuvula ndiye ndiyibeke imbono yam kubo.
The curriculum was not changed to take out the law after General Taylor said that. The curriculum remained the same with the Criminal Procedure Act in place.
Umthetho ke awuzange utshintshwe emva kwentetho kaTata uCele, iloku injalo nje imithetho ephathelene nezehlakalo zolwaphulomthetho.
You decided to put Exhibit 2 together, did you?
It was a group effort, yes, sir.
But
Incwadi
you headed
ndiyibeke
it.
apha ndibhale sinabanye baninzi.
I'd like to draw.
Nodded his head, but he didn't say yes. So
Yes, sir. Sorry.
For the purposes of the record, the vision of SAPS is to ensure quality education, training and development, ETD, in support of creating a safe and secure environment for all people in the Republic of South Africa. You chose to put that in the forefront of the document that you drew.
Yes, I did, sir.
Apha
Because you
le
believe
ncwadi
in it?
ivula ngolu hlobo ithi ke injongo ye-SAPS okokuba kuqeqeshwe abantu bafundiswe ngendlela enenqubekela phambili ukukhusela onke umuntu ongumhlali walapha eRepublic yase South Africa.
Yes, I believe in that.
Ndiyayikholela ke lento.
Did you have you seen the plan of Colonel Scott?
No, I have not seen his plan.
Uke wayibona iplan kaColonel Scott? Andizange ndiyibone.
If you were not asked which units that you have trained or you are responsible for training ought to participate in what was happening on the copy.
No, I was not asked who participated there.
Andizange ndibuze kokuba zeziphi inhlaka zamapolisa zeziphi ii-units ekufanele zithunyelwe phaa eMarikana copy.
If you were asked whether people with experience in arresting or killing hijackers, or terrorists, or bank robbers, or ATM robbers, what would your advice to him have been, having regard to your knowledge of the training of these people?
Sorry, can you rephrase the question? I missed the first part of it.
If he had asked you, or if he had told you, if he had asked you, I intend using people who have special experience to put an end to heists, bank robberies, committed by small groups with very sophisticated weapons, then that he intended to use persons of that background, that education, as to how to distinguish between life and death and their reactions, what would you have advised him?
If anybody would ask me if I would use the Special Task Force or NIU or TRT for a crowd management situation, I would ask why is it necessary to use them, and if it's not a crowd management situation, maybe a violent crime scene, then that can be justifiable.
Awuzange ubuze na wena okokuba xa kwenzeka into enjengalena
Justifiable.
uzawuthumela amapolisa anjani xa unikezwa okokuba abantu abaphethe izixhobo, abantu abanobungozi, into enjengaleyo, bendizawuthi mna kubo, sizathu sini esingabanga ukuba kuthunyelwe abo bantu?
And if he were to give you the facts, honestly, that there were 3,000 people, mixed, some, very few, armed with firearms, a few with sharp instruments, axes, pangas, spears.
Kube bewuxelela okokuba kukho
Many of them
abantu
with sticks,
abangamawaka amathathu baphaya, ubuninzi babo phethe intonga,
and a
abanye
very substantial number of them not bearing any arms.
abanye babo nje abantu abahlanu baphethe imipu, abanye baphethe ibhanga, ingxula,
At worst, they may be guilty of attending an unlawful gathering.
nokuthi aba bantu baphaya babambele inhlangano phaya ngaphandle komthetho, ubuzawuthini kuye?
What role, if any, would these people, expert at killing others, have served? How could they distinguish between the innocent, in inverted commas, striker and those who had deadly weapons?
Bebazawukhona kanjani ke aba bantu abathunyelwe phaya ukwenza umahluko phakathi kwabantu abangenatyala phaya abangaphathanga zixhobo nabantu abahlomile?
Those people that you referred to as being trained to kill, I suppose you refer to the task force and those highly other trained units. As I indicated in the earlier slides, they all have the same basic police training. I cannot comment on the way that the operational commander thought that day, why he would bring them in. I cannot comment on that. If I have all the facts in front of me stating that there is people that is armed, remember we said earlier that the public order police only have now rubber and pistols going up against armed police officers. If it was me, I would also bring in specialized people that can deal with such situations. But again, I cannot answer on behalf of the operational commander. What I can say is that the Special Task Force and the NIU and the TRT have a wide skill set that can be applied in many circumstances.
Kuba bendibuziwe ke bendizawutsho kuba ngithunyelwa bani. Kula mapolisa bethunyelwe phaya izinhlaka ezohlukile baqeqeshwe ngendlela ezahlukile banokuba bakwazi ukujongana nemeko ekho ngelo xesha.
And I suppose it's better to come prepared for any eventuality.
Ndibona ke kungcono futhi okokuba umuntu xa eya kwinto enjengaleyo aye azilungiselele.
And that might be the reason that they were deployed there.
Mhlawumbe isizathu senza okokuba bathunyelwe phaya.
Was the person who was unarmed and there in order to try and get a better wage a criminal?
Ngoku umuntu owayeye phaya engaphathanga sixhobo eyozililela nje ukuba athole umvuzo ongcono ungamthatha njengesaphula mthetho?
He was entitled to live or die?
Wayefanele ukuba aphile lo muntu noma abulawe?
I don't want to comment on that. Because an unarmed person is not necessarily not a dangerous person.
Andinakuba nempendulo apho, akutsho okokuba umuntu xa engaphathanga sixhobo akayona ingozi.
If he's unarmed, what harm, immediate harm, does he, can he possibly cause on a police officer armed with an R5?
Umuntu ongaphathanga sixhobo angaba ingozi yini? Intoni into angayenza epoliseni eliphethe umpu ofana ne-R5?
So what I've seen previously is policemen bleeding that were thrown on stones. I've seen policemen that were hacked to death. I cannot comment on that question.
Ndike ndabona amapolisa egibisela ebulawa ngamatye, ndabona abanye bekajwa ngezixhobo ezithize. Andikwazi ukubanika abanempendulo ke kule nto ithethayo.
I believe the situation is much more complicated than, as you put it, an unarmed person, referring to only one, while you earlier said that there was over 3,000 people. I do not want to comment on that further.
Uyithethayo kokuba bekho abantu abangaxhomanga phaya. Uthe ekuqaleni kwakho abantu babephaya bangaphezulu kwamawaka amathathu.
I want to put it straight to you that we are going to argue that your attitude is that of Pontius Pilate who washed his hands. You are not
Uthi ke
prepared to pass
bega-
judgment on what you may have done or advised.
I'm not going to allow him to answer that question. Pontius Pilate was the governor of Judea, responsible for what was happening. This witness was not in any position in control of what was happening. He wasn't even on the scene. So the analogy with Pontius Pilate is irrelevant and inapplicable, and I'm not going to allow him to answer the question.
Chairperson, andinavuma baphendule lo mbuzo kaMhlekazi uBizos othi ubrigadier apha uzama ukuzenza uPontius Pilate uhlamba izandla uthi hayi andazi into mna. Uthi Chairperson uPontius Pilate kwakungumbusi walelozwe wayekwazi ukwenza izigqibo. Lo ubengekho nokubakho xa kwenzeka esi siganeko phaya.
Brigadier, the present minister produced a document
Lo minister ukhoyo ngoku brigadier uveze le ncwadi.
on the 29th of August 2011.
Ivele ngomhla ka-29 August
Minister Nathi
2011 ethi
Are you aware of it?
Sir, you didn't even give the name of the document. I do not.
I'll read it out.
ithini le ncwadi uthetha ngayo.
Policy and guidelines, policing of public protests, gatherings, and major events. Are
Ubhale
you aware of
indlela
this document?
okuyawuqhutywa ngayo
Did
xa
you study
kukho
it?
izinhlangano abubuthene abantu abaninzi ukulawula imeko ezinjengezo.
I can recall reading the document. I cannot recall the exact content of it.
Ndike ndayifunda le ncwadi noma ndingasakhumbula ukuba ithini na.
The purpose of doing Exhibit 2 is to inform the Commissioner of the high principles which the police adhere to in the protection of all the people of South Africa.
Andithe kwenzeni kwakho le ncwadi izise apha exhibit Q bokuzama ukubonisa ikomishoni okokuba amapolisa afanele ukuziphatha ngendlela ezinhle kanjani.
Now, did you deliberately leave it out of consideration of the document that you prepared, Exhibit 2, or was unintentional?
Ngoku le ncwadi ikhishwa nguminister ngale mini endithetha ngayo uyiyeke ngabomu apha kanene kwenzeke ntoni.
It was not left out deliberately or intentionally. If the content of that would have filtered through the curriculum development process and would have been in the, or is in the training curriculum of POP. So it is not specifically referred to.
Noma singathethanga ngayo into elapho kulo ncwadi ikhona kwizifundo zalamapolisa ekuthiwa yi-POP.
Mr. Chairman, this is a document which was in the documents disclosed. I don't know whether we should put it in as an exhibit at this stage.
It's all the documents disclosed aren't exhibits, and I hope they never will be because there are thousands of them. But it sounds, from what you've said and what I remember of the document, to be a most material document, and I suggest you should put it in. I think but Ms. Pillay is the expert in these matters. R is the next exhibit letter, is that correct?
That is so, Chairperson, it's R.
What is it? Exhibit? Exhibit R. The name is Policy and Guidelines, Policing of Public Protests, Gatherings, and Major Events.
Ngumbhalo ke ophathelene nozo zinto. Izinhlangano ezinkulu indlela ekufanele kuphathe ngayo nendlela ekufanele kusetshenzwe ngayo.
Now, you did mention the date earlier.
the end of August. I'll give you the precise date, Mr. Chairman. It was the 29th of August, 2011.
Thank you.
11 and a half months before the advent of the tragedy that we
ikhushe mhla zingu-29 ngo-August 2011 izinyanga ezingu-11 phambi kokuba kwenzeke esisehlakalo sasemarikana.
You will agree that I was not alone in considering relevant the pre-apartheid history, because the minister appears to have to have taken it into consideration what ought to be happening in the police force. Would you agree with that?
Uyavumelana nami okokuba xa ndithetha ngezehlakalo zala maxesha engqindezelo apha beningendodwa ngoba nominister kule ncwadi uthetha ngayo loo nto okokuba ifanelanga uba yenzeke kumaxesha esikuwo ngoku.
Yes, sir.
You agree that there are various recommendations
Just to be fair, have you got a spare copy to put before the witness? Because he says he read it, but as I understood him to say, can't remember all the details.
Unhappily, we actually only came across it last night, Mr. Chairman. And we only
Ms. Pillay is standing up, advancing towards the witness. I suspect she's coming to your aid.
We are fortunate in having Ms. Pillay in running the exhibits in particular. Yes.
Page you're on and where he will find the passage you're going to put to him.
On page 7. Where SAP Standing Order number 262 on crowd management and the National Municipal Policing Standard for crowd management. Standing Order number 262 in a clear and coherent manner states that the use of force must be avoided at all costs and members deployed for the operation must display the highest degree of tolerance.
Apho ke uthi ku page 6 kubhalwe standing order number 262 esabhalwa nguminister okokuba xa kukho izinto iimeko ezinjengalezo amapolisa mawazibambe ekusebenziseni izigalo akwazi ukubona imeko ibuyela esiqhelweni ngaphandle kwezigalo.
The use of force and dispersal of crowds must comply with the requirements of 9(1) and 2 of the SAPS Act.
Bathi apho kohlukaniseni kwabantu kokuba bahlukaniswe makusetshenziswa ngaphansi komthetho obekiwe wama-SAPS
The
njengoba
standard
kuchazwa.
order further puts in place the procedures to be followed by the police if negotiations fail in a public gathering which exposes the lives of people and property to danger.
Kuthiwa ke kufanele kunezindlela ezithize kufanele zisetshenziswe
same time-
xa kufike apho kungevanwa khona kwintetho ezikhona apho ukuze kukhuselwe impilo zabantu nempahla yabo.
At the same time, the standing order also prescribes the requirements which are to be followed by the police if the use of force becomes unavoidable.
Bekiwe ke nomthetho ukuba xa kuze kwafika apho kudingeka khona okokuba zisebenzise izigalo indlela ekufanele zisetshenziswe ngayo ngeziphi.
And then I want to go to the last paragraph on page 8.
Apha ekugqibeleni ku page 8 beka
During
ngolu hlobo.
public protests, marches, the right to life of protesters, the police and the general public may be at stake. The right to life, sometimes described as the supreme human right, constitutes an international law that is central in the recognition of the rights enshrined in international human rights treaties.
Ubeka
You're aware
phaya
of that?
kuye ke okokuba xa kude kwafika kwelo xesha kufanele kujongisiswe okokuba impilo yomuntu kuthathwa kwempilo yomuntu noma ngawubani yinto ekhuseleke gqitha ngaphansi kwemithetho yalapha kuthi nakumthetho yamazwe onke njengoba ibhalwe ku-International Treaty on Human Life.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Ndiyayazi
You
lo.
subscribe to that principle?
I do, yes.
What
Ndiyavumelana ke
steps,
nale.
if any, did you take that every police officer, you as the teacher, as the coordinator, as the brigadier, did you take that this is repeated over and over again to anyone that has anything to do with the use of force over a crowd?
Yintoni ke wenzile wena njengomphathi walaba abafundisayo njengotitshara njengomuntu ophakeme phaya okokuba lento ize ifakwe engqondweni elinye nelinye ipolisa elizawusebenza umsebenzi onjengalo?
These things, what you just read, sir, is part of the crowd management course. Standing Order 262 is there, all these acts that you are referring to, and that is what is taught during crowd management.
Lento uthetha ngayo ke njengo-Standing Order 262 zezinye zezinto abaqeqeshwa ngazo phaya amapolisa ikakhulu lawa eza phaya azoqeqeshwa ngokulawula imeko ezinjengezi.
I want to turn to page 9 and read out the passage. Therefore, key questions raised in addressing the implications of the police use of force in handling public protests are: mark the next subparagraph carefully, please. Is the current training of subs still relevant and appropriate, theoretical and practical, and do they have proper equipped training centers? That's a matter that should be of great concern to you, Brigadier.
Umbuzo okhona phaya okokuba uqeqesho olukhona ngoku emapoliseni lusafanele okokuba lube khona na xa sijonga ukuphenduka nokuguquguquka kwemeko.
Sorry, I didn't get the question. Are you asking whether it's a concern for me?
I've
Yes.
read you the passage.
Yes.
The question is still to come. What steps, if any, in the last 11.5 months did you take to ensure that SAP's training is still relevant? And if you had taken any steps before the 16th of August, what were the steps? And if you didn't take any steps, why not? If you did take steps, what were they?
I'm sorry, Mr. Bees, I'm sorry to interrupt. You're asking about 5 questions all in a row. It's all bundled up together. May I suggest you take them singly?
I'll try my best, thank you.
Uthi uzawuzama ukusipha ixesha umhlekazi obizos ngoba imibuzo ayibuzayo izibe mhlanu iqoqele.
Did this particular paragraph come to your notice?
So I can say yes. I know that the curriculum developers is
No,
reviewing the
let's
process.
speak about you.
I
What
implemented,
steps did
I
you
implemented
take?
the training program that is provided to me.
Uthi mna ke ndiye ndiyifake lento kwi-programs abo batreyinayo andazi noma bayayifaka na.
Tell us what you did. If you went to the trainers, what did you tell them they must do in future, which the minister was concerned about, apparently, because he put it in a memorandum that these are the things that have to be done.
Lento
What did you
kuyabonakala
say to
ukuba ibimhlupha uminister ubekhathazekile ngalento ade ayifake apha okokuba yintoni ekufanele yenziwe ukuze icecesho lamapolisa lihambelane namaxesha angoku.
I did not drive to the trainers to speak to them directly. The
Andizange
training
ke
programs that were implemented were intensified. More training programs were presented and
andizange
coordinated
ndiye
by my office.
apho batreyina khona ndiyobaxelela into endayenza okokuba sandisa uqeqesho okokuba kube ngabantu abaninzi abezayo bazoqeqeshwa.
Next bullet point on page 9 is training done within the context and understanding of the Gatherings Act?
Buzwa apha okokuba
Did you know
olu
that?
qeqesho luye lenziwe na okokuba lihambelane nemihlangano eyibe khona apho kukho abantu abaninzi.
Yes, it is done in that regard.
Ewe yenziwa ngolo hlobo.
Please tell us what report you made to whom in answer to the minister's query.
Kawusho kokuba report yini owayenza wena uyijongise kubani ebeyiphendula lo mbuzo kaminister apha.
I did not make any report.
Andizange ndenze report mina ngokwami.
If you didn't make a report, what steps did you take?
Awungenzanga report ke wathatha manyathelo mani intoni oye wayenza.
As I explained earlier, sir, the curriculum was influenced by this document. The curriculum is handed to me and I ensure that it gets presented. Further to that, I did not write a report to the minister to answer the specific questions.
Njengoba ndisho ndithi ingxelo kaminister apha yaye yathathelwa ingqalela ucacesho olukhona ngoku mapoliseni liyahambelana nalento ethethwa nguminister. Andizange ke mna ndibhale ireport ngaloo nto.
The Minister of Police, to his credit, sorry, you have an objection.
It's not an objection, Chair, but to say for the record, there will be evidence coming explaining why we have these things as drafts, because they arise exactly as a response to the policy position taken in the document Mr. Bezos is dealing with.
Look forward
Chaza
to them.
umhlekazi uSiminya kokuba le ncwadi lefunda ngubrigadier apha iye yavezwa ngento evezwa yilento ethethwa ngumhlekazi uBezos okokuba baye baliguqula ucecesho lamapolisa ukuba lihambelane nale ncwadi ayivezayo.
Brigadier. Yeah.
If I may ask Mr. Semenya, is this debate in details about that and all that with this witness taking us anywhere?
I was trying to say, to truncate that line, it may very well be that when General Annandale comes, speaking on the consequences of this ministerial policy, my learned colleague may very well find that a useful witness to test that aspect.
I will thank you for that.
Ucommissioner uTokoti bebuza apha kumhlekazi uSiminya
Who
ukuba
is
le
the-
ntetho esikuyo ngoku iluncedo yini kulento uthi umhlekazi uSiminya uzawuza ubrigadier uAnandale apha ozokuba nguyena ozawuchaza lento ngobubanzi.
Who is the head of training in this police?
The Divisional Commissioner for Training is Lieutenant General Mbekela.
Ophethe itraining ngu-Lieutenant General Mbekela.
Did he ask you to report what you had to say in answer to the minister's query?
Akazange acela ukuba wenze iripoti ngale nto ethethwa nguminister apha.
No, she did not ask me that I can recall.
Akazange atsho ukuba ndenze iripoti enjengaleyo.
If you are the coordinator of training, would you have expected your superior to ask you what your view was in answer to the minister's query?
Njengomntu ke ophethe uxhumaniso kwezoqeqesho phaya awuzange ufike ngoba lo okuphethe ufanele akubuze kokuba wenze ireport eya kuminister ngale ntetho.
I could have made a contribution, but I believe there's other specialists in that operational environment that maybe can give a bit better input. And
Who is
maybe
that?
Ndiyethemba kokuba kukho abanye abanolwazi olugqitha olwam bebangenza leyo ntetho.
Who is that?
the other specialists.
Yes.
We can start with the Operational Response Services head.
Who is it?
Ngubani lo thetha ngaye? Thetha nge-operational intloko
Lieutenant General Mawela is the head of Operational Response Services.
General Mawela.
And the final query by the minister is, does the substraining manual support leave aside the grammar, the subtraining manuals support the background of the public order policing, where you asked about to make an input in relation to that.
Umbuzo olandelayo ukuba ukufundiswa iqeqesho olukhona alamapolisa liya kwenza yena okokuba kujongwe aba bantu bazofumana oluqesho baba velaphi ngabantu abanjani.
Not that I can recall.
Andikhumbuli ke lo.
Can you think of any possible reason why the coordinator of training wouldn't be asked what his view was to these important questions posed by the minister?
Kukhona izizathu ongasinika zona okokuba wena ke njengomuntu obaleka kangaka oqeqeshweni lamapolisa yintoni ungabuzwanga ukuba kube kho ingxelo yenzayo maqondana noku?
No, I cannot.
Andazi.
The minister says in the middle of page 10,
Uthi uminister phaya ku page 10 yale ncwadi yakhe.
the international perspective on the broader aspects of police training in crowd control and management for all police personnel at all levels highlight that the training should include a review and reinforcement of applicable laws, state statutes and departmental policies, a review of civil rights issues inherent in mass demonstration events, a uniform understanding of the rules of engagement, use of force policies, and mass arrest procedures. Clear instruction on the need of self-control, teamwork, and adherence to commands. Underline that. Adherence to commands. Stated expectations for highly disciplined behavior, self-control and restraint, and a strong statement that any officer's failure to comply could result not only in failed police tactics, but also in employee discipline.
Ubefunda apha umhlakazi uBhizo sokokuba uminister wathini apho athi oluqeqesho lubaluleke gqitha apha kulizwe nakumazwe okokuba abo bantu baqeqeshwa ngalento kufanele baziswe baze okokuba apha basebenza ngamalungelo oluntu, izindlela ezinikiwe, amalungelo oqhankqalazo, amalungelo okokuba abantu badibane babe nendibano, nokuthi ke amapolisa kufanele afunde okokuba babe ngabantu abazawulandela imiyalelo banikezwa yona ngabo babaphethe ideske lento iphume olawulweni.
Did you take any steps to review any of the matters referred to by the minister?
No, I did not.
Ukhona into owayenza ke wena okokuba uzise oluguqulo oqeqeshweni lamapolisa lawa awenu uthi ayandizange?
Do you know of anyone of similar or higher or lower rank to you who may have done so?
Kukho maziyo omnye ongaphezulu kwakho ngerank noma ongaphansi kwakho oye wenza uguqulo oluthize maqondana nalento enthetha ngayo?
Curriculum development at Division HRD might, and
Who is
also
that?
curriculum development, the section curriculum development,
Who is in charge of that?
General van Eyck.
General van Eyck uyena ophethe kwi-curriculum development qhubekiselo phambili loqeqesho nenqubekela phambili.
Did he approach
And
you?
also,
Sorry.
sorry, sir. Also, operational response services, General Mawela's management might.
Na phaya kuphethe khona uGeneral Mawela olo hlelo abalenzayo.
Did either of them ask you for your view on the query or the requirement of the minister?
No, they did not.
Kwaba babini uthetha ngabo kukho okeweza kuwe ezokubuza okokuba wena kukho ingxelo onayo na maqondana nale ntetho kaCommissioner uthi hayi.
Any reason for them to avoid the coordinator of training?
Kukho isizathu esenza okokuba bangezi kuwe njengomxhumanisi woqeqesho phaya?
I cannot say why they did not do that, sir.
Andiyazi ukuba yintoni bangayenzanga loo nto.
On page 13, paragraph 9, in order to give impetus and ensure compliance with the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, national legislation, and international standards, the SAPs must, underlined, not by me, by the person who drew this, must urgently review its current dispensation and operational approach to the policing of public protests and riots.
Kubhalwe phaya ke ngolhlobo kokuba xa sekujongwa amalungelo oluntu kujongwa nomgaqo siseko welilizwe kudingekile ukuba amapolisa afundiswe ngezindlela ezintsha zokuphatha apho kukhona imihlangano yabantu kukhona uqhankqalazo olungahle lube nodushe.
Did you read that?
I read it now, yes.
Then,
Uyifundile lento? Ewe ndifundile ngoku.
11.5 months ago, did you read it?
Kwinyanga ezingu-11.5 ezigqithileyo ubuyifundile?
I suppose if it was this document, I did read it. But again, as I said earlier, I was not consulted on this document to give inputs into any further curriculum development or the operationalization of the public order police.
Njengoba ndisitshilo okokuba ndayifunda le ncwadi kodwa ke andizange ndibuzwe okokuba ndibe nangxelo noma ndenze ireport ethize maqondana nokutshiwo nguminister apha.
This is an urgent call by the minister about a serious problem that we've had in the last 12 months in our country, Brigadier.
Apha ke intetho eyenziwa nguminister apha ebonisa okokuba ukhathazeke gqitha ngento eyenzeke kwizinyanga ezingu-12 ezigqithileyo ukuba mayilungiswe le nto.
He considered it sufficiently important to underline the word must.
Apha uminister uye wathi phantsi kwale gama elithi must ukuba mayenzeke loo nto noma kanjani waze wali-underline.
The head of the teaching department, so to speak, or the coordinator ignores it.
Umphathi ke wolu hlelo loqeqesho noma umhlanganisi walo akayenzi loo nto. Yintoni ungayenzanga?
I was not tasked with this inputs directly.
Andizange ndicele
Tasking would
okokuba
have come, it would have been from the national commissioner down the channels,
Ndenze
via
loo
the
nto.
divisional commissioners.
xa kube bekhona isicelo esinjengalo sobe siyawuvela ku-national commissioner sehle njalo side sifike kum.
In paragraph 14, other matters, what happens elsewhere.
Xa siya phaya
Subheading, it's thus imperative that the SAPs must, again underline, urgently align itself with the following issues as crucial areas for intervention and redress.
kuthiwa ke apha futhi SAPS noma kanjani fanele
it's
yenze
page 14, not
ngalindlela
paragraph 14, I'm sorry.
ilandelayo sebenze ngolu hlobo.
And then he gives some history, which you who are familiar with. In terms of SAPS Act, the National Commissioner is obliged to establish a national public order policing unit and maintain the same, and he quotes section 17 in bracket. Such unit was indeed established during 1996. During 2002, the POP's unit was subject to the SAP's restructuring and aligned to function at policing area levels as the area crime combating units. As the latter name suggests, the functions also change to include crime combating. Unfortunately, this relegated the crowd management function into a secondary function during the subsequent restructuring process in 2006. The policing areas were disestablished and policing resources released to supplement much needed capacity at station level. Again, the ACCUS was affected and the name was changed to Crime Combating Units, CCU.
Xelelo apha ukuba phaya ku page 14 kufundeka ngolhlobo njengoba esitsho kokuba kuthiwe National Commissioner wamapolisa kwadingeka kokuba avule ingxenye yamapolisa ebizwa ngokuthiwa yi-public order policing ngaphansi komthetho owenziwe ngo-1966. Kuthe ngonyaka ka-2002 yavulwa ke le branch yamapolisa ebekade isebenza kude kube ngo-2006 xa izawuchithwa ibizwe ngamanye kwathi ke abantu bebesebenza kuwo basebehlukaniswa bayosebenza kwezinye izingxenye zamapolisa.
And then on page 15, the second paragraph, it is indeed the 2006 restructuring of the ACCU's area crime committee commanding unit provoked serious criticism since it was indicative that specifically from this period, a remarkable increase occurred in the number of service delivery protests. However, the reasons advanced for the transformation of the initial POP unit and the subsequent rationalization of the ACCUs was firstly, that the functions of the unit could not be justified since they did not have much duties to perform and thus not value for money. In line with the PFMA, what does that stand for? I don't know, perhaps you can tell us.
It stands for Public Financial Management Act.
Secondly, that the skills and experience of members of the POP unit were deemed necessary in creating capacity to boost police station crimes combating initiatives. Is that a correct statement?
Uthi kutheke ngonyaka ka-2006 emva kokuba kuchithelwa amapolisa abizwa ngokuba ama-ACCUs kwase kuba khona izenzo zoqhankqalazo olunodushe oluninzi kwathiwa isizathu sokuchithwa la mapolisa okokuba bekungekho sizathu sokuba abekhona nenkcithakalo ebekade iphansi kwengxowa zikahulumende phansi komthetho obizwa ngokuthiwa yi-Public Finance Management Act bekungekho sizathu sokuba aveze.
I believe that Operational Response Services would be better to answer this question because they are the ones dealing with this operationalizing on a daily basis.
Ndibona ke abazokwazi ukuphendula lo mbuzo wakho ngabantu abasebenza ngayo lento kanye.
The interpreter's still busy, and then I want to put something to you when he's finished.
Please, Mr.
I have, thank you, sir.
You're finished. Thank you.
Is the point made by the witness not correct? I have difficulty in understanding how he can help us.
Yes,
in relation to the points you're putting. And I'm not sure whether you're attacking the policy adopted by the police. Ms. Nkosi Thomas said that it wasn't clear whether that would be the line taken, but she said if there were challenges to the policy, then her client would A, be preparing a statement, which we would be getting, and B, would be giving evidence. Now, I wonder whether, I hesitate to say this because it may sound as I'm criticizing you, but I wonder whether the time of the Commission couldn't be better used in asking this witness questions of another kind. I'm not suggesting the questions you're asking are irrelevant, but I suggest they may be better asked of people better able to answer them.
It's important, as the next paragraph will show, that I read out the second last paragraph on page 15. If I may just read it, because the relevance of what I am asking, I think, may become clearer.
Umgcinisihlalo bebuza apha kumhlekazi uBhizo sokokuba isithathe isisaphi lento iyuncedo nalento ibuza kulomntu kungemeli abo bantu abazawuba nolwazi lokuphendula lembuzo uthi ukubaleka kwale mbuzo yakhe kuzawuvela kulento azoyibuza elandelayo.
Technically, it is thus argued that the POPs unit does not exist anymore as open inverted commas, specialized open bracket, dedicated close bracket, public order policing function as envisaged in the SAPS Act, Unit Section 17 of the SAPS Act is amended accordingly. The POP unit must be re-established, maintained, and capacitated to execute those functions the Act confers upon it.
Kuthiwa apha ke emva kokuba kuchithwe la mapolisa kwabakho isidingo sokuba aphinde abuyiswe azokwazi ukwenza umsebenzi lo ebawubekelwe ngaphansi komthetho phaya njengoba kushiwo ku section 17.
Due to changes, demands, and an increase in public protests and demonstrations, especially incidents with a violent nature since 2006, the need for a specialized public order policing unit becomes more and more justified.
Kuye kwathiwa ke ngezehlakalo zokhankcalazo olunodushe ikakhulu emva konyaka ka-2006 kuye kwaba nesidingo sokuba aphinde abuyiswe la mapolisa e-public order policing azokwenza lo msebenzi bebaqeshelwe ukuba wayenze.
This notion is strengthened by the constant negative public scrutiny of current policing methods and approaches applied during such protests and gatherings, which in some incidents had already resulted in unnecessary casualties and fatalities.
Kwabonakala kunesidingo sokuba kubuyiswe aba bantu bazokwenza lo msebenzi ngoba kwezi zehlakalo zokhankcalazo olunodushe kuye kwabakho ukulahleka kwemiphefumulo nokonzakala kwabantu.
That this witness can answer in relation to that long quotation.
Personally, take any steps to restore the authority and experience of the public policing?
No, because it's not my responsibility. And I cannot answer on behalf of General Mawela. I cannot answer on behalf of General Mawela, who is responsible for the establishment of this.
As a coordinator of training, didn't you think that you should draw to their attention that if nothing has been done in 11.5 months, something ought to have been done sometime along the way?
Awubonanga ke kuyinto ebalekile wena okokuba umxelelo okokuba jonga apha sekudlule gqithe inyanga ezingu-11.5.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. I understood the evidence to be, or rather the presentation that we heard to be, that this particular unit was there on the 16th of August. If that's correct, it was re-established, in which case I don't understand the relevance of the question. But perhaps Mr. Semenya can tell us whether the assumption I put to you is correct, because if it's wrong, then obviously you can carry on.
The unit is in place, Chair.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear my learned friend.
Says the unit is in place. You asked him, wasn't it important to re-establish the unit? The answer is, it was re-established. That's why it was in place on the 16th of August at Wondercorp.
Uthi ke umhlekazi uSiminya lo mbuzo awubuzayo umhlekazi uBizos kucace ukuba ungawushiye lixesha ngoba ngomhla ka16 kuAugust bese ikhona lengxenye yamaphoyisa ekuthiwa ipublic order policy.
May I just vary the question? Your Lordship is right. Yes. Do you know when steps were taken to re-establish the unit?
Ubuzo kokuba uyazi na okokuba abuyiswe nini lamapolisa lawa ekuthiwa ipublic order policing.
No, I do not have the date for that. But
Did
they
it
are
happen
established.
at all?
Andinayo idate okuba abuyiswe nini kodwa
If I
akhona.
understand the passage correctly, technically, it is thus argued that it does not exist anymore. It is not stated as a fact. The way I understand the passage is that it was ineffective and it is still ineffective. Am I wrong in that?
No, the Chair, what the document says is that there was a point at which a particular unit got conflated, rendering public order policing secondary. And the minister's policy says now it has to be brought back as a specialized unit, and we know it was because it was on the scene at Marikana.
Umhlekazi uSiminya uthi xa seyifunda kakuhle lencwadi kaMinister ithi noko abekhona lamapolisa epublic order policing abesenikeze eminye imisebenzi asenza imisebenzi yabanye abantu angasenzi le eyabo. Emva kokuba saveze lento uMinister kuyacaca ukuba aye abuyiselwa endaweni yabo ngoba naku mhla ka16 August abekho.
I will leave it at that, Mr. Chairman.
It's a sensible decision. Would you like to move on to another aspect? Before, we'll
Yes,
take the adjournment at 1
I'm
o'clock.
coming to another heading about
you've got quarter of an hour to deal with other matters, until we take the lunch adjournment.
Bayigqibile umhlekazi ubuzo
I
kuba khona
don't
eminye
think
imibuzo.
I can finish in quarter of an hour if we intend taking. Pardon?
Use the quarter of an hour that we have, and then if you haven't finished by then, you can resume after the lunch adjournment.
There is a heading on page 16 of the Minister's document, training of members attached to public order policing unit.
Kasiya phaya ku page 16 ke kuthethwa ngoqeqesho olidinga kuba libe khona kulamapolisa epublic order policing.
Comparative research, and then a reference is given, has shown that the current level of training to subs members in crowd management and control, public order policing, lacks content.
Kuthiwa ke apha xa kujongwa
Was that the
izincwadi
position 11 months ago?
abafundiswa ngazo ndithetha
I
ngexesha
think you mean
le11
14 and a
months
half months ago,
eligqithile.
Mr.
Beg your
Bizos.
pardon?
You mean 14 and a half months ago. This document was produced in late August of last year. So isn't that 14 and a half months from where we now are?
Less. Before, 11 and a half months before the event that we are discussing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Uthetha inyanga ezingu11 phambi kokuba kwesehlakalo saseMarikana. Uthi uyavuma na okokuba kwakuthi kukho izinto ezithize ezingekho ezidinga ukuba zibe khona kuqeqesho lamapolisa asebenza olhlobo lomsebenzi.
Did it lack content on the 16th of?
Well, according to the ministry, it did lack content.
Ngokusho kaMinister ewe.
Do you know if any steps were taken to put it right?
Yes, there is a project on revising the training and introducing refresher training, or refresher training has already been presented.
Khona okwenziwa ke ukulungisa elo phutha uthi ewe kwade kwabizwa ne-refresher courses kubizwa abanye baphinde bazoqeqeshwa futhi.
When did that happen?
It is in this financial year. I cannot give an exact date from the top of my head.
Before or after the 16th of August?
I do not want to lie, but I'm sure that it was, if I can recall correctly, before the 16th.
andifuna uxoka apha xa ebuza ukuba yenzeke nini loyo nto uthi kodwa ke xa ekhumbula kakuhle yenzeke ngaphambi komhla we-16.
So listen to the next sentence on page 16.
Khawumamele
Basic and refresher training for police and others involved in law enforcement should include courses not only on human and constitutional rights, but also scientific techniques and other best practices for the professional discharge of their functions within the public protest environment. Did that happen as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes.
uthi ke apha kwakuthiwa
Before
bangafundiswa nje
this-
imithetho ephathelene no namalungelo oluntu nomgaqo siseko kodwa bafundiswe ezinye izindlela zobuchwepheshe ezizokwenza okokuba lento ifuna nguminister yenzeke noma kanjani.
Before the 16th of August or after?
If I can recall, before 16th of August.
Ewe yenzeka loo nto buza ukuba ngaphambili noma emva komhla ka-16 uthi ngaphambili
If I-
komhla ka-16.
If I suggest to you that it does not appear to have helped in any way, what would your answer be?
Xa ndithi kuwe ke ayibanga lusizo ngaloo mini uzawuthini?
I would say that's a matter of opinion, sir, with due respect.
Ngenkulu inhlonipho ke kuyawuya ngokuthi wena
Well, we-
uyijonga kanjani.
We know the facts. Over 45 people were killed, or 45 thereabouts, and
Yeah.
about 90 were seriously injured, and the country has been thrown into turmoil as a result of the police actions.
Siyazi ke sonke okokuba kwasweleka
What is your opinion?
abantu abangu-45 apho konzakala ngaphezulu baka-90 izwe leli lakuthi laba ngcephekweni kwajongwa ilizwe njengezwe elibi uthini ngaloo nto?
I haven't been in that world of turmoil, Chair, speaking for myself.
Hayi njengoba esitsho ke umhlekazi uSiminya
We
kokuba
can debate
kakaliboni
that
ke
with Brother
eli lizwe
Sounds like a
umhlekazi
debating
uBizos
point,
ethetha
Mr.
ngalo.
Bezos, frankly, which you can deal with in argument, obviously.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether anything the witness may have to say, and I intend no disrespect to him, but I'm not sure that anything he can say to us on the point will actually help us significantly one way or the other.
Well, if we record that it did not affect him in any way, did it affect your life in any way as a brigadier in the police force?
Lento eyenzeke eMarikana
What
wena
happened?
yakuphatha kanjani ke njengebrigadier emapoliseni?
You're asking if the events of the 16th of August affected my life?
Yes.
I think it affected those that saw it. I saw it on television, and it impacts on my work.
Mna ke yandiphatha kakubi emsebenzini kodwa ke empilweni nasemphefumulweni yabetha kakhulu abo bantu babekhoya pha baye abayibona ngamehlo.
I was not attacked or
Mna ndayibona nje
experienced any protest personally.
kwi-television andizange ndibe khona mna ngokwami phaya apho kwakuqhankqalazwa khona.
Policing is often regarded as a function requiring highly discretionary activity, since there is no single standard prescription in doing policing during a public protest. Thus, the police officer, especially unsupervised, would be perpetually called upon to make decisions and take appropriate action.
Uthi ke umsebenzi wopolisa ngendlela oyiyo ikakhulu apho kusebenza khona amapolisa kwizehlakalo ezinjengalezi apho kungekho mntu balawulayo kuyawudinga ukuba bona ngokwabo bathathe izigqibo ezohlukile ngamaxesha ohlukile.
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Yes.
Umbuzo uthini ke apho?
Do you read that another way of saying that individual policemen must not shoot to kill unless they are ordered by a commander? You know the word, there must be a command and not an individual discretion to kill.
Objections, Chair. There is nothing in the police service that says people must shoot and kill on command, not even in law.
Uthi umhlekazi uBizos uyayazi into yokokuba ipolisa nje alinagunya lokuba lona ngokwalo lizicingelo kokuba nifanele ukusebenza umpu ngoku fanele lizethole umlayelo
Which prove that to be wrong.
icommand esho kanjalo uthi umhlekazi uSiminya ayikho leyo nto kumthetho wamapolisa ayibhalwanga nanye kuba ipolisa kufanele lilayelwe lixelelwe kokuba dubula ngoku.
I'm not sure that with respect to you, that the time of the commission is being as gainfully employed now as it might be if another line were being followed. But in any event, whatever the document says, presumably a policeman is still, even if he isn't commanded to do so, would be entitled to protect himself, to defend his own life, and I take it to defend the lives of his colleagues in terms of the common law rules applicable to private defence. One of the questions is, of course, whether the requisites for the successful invocation of the justification of private defence exists in this case. But I'm not sure that this witness is able to help us to answer that question, which we will have to answer. And we will obviously be helped by your submissions and those of your colleagues based on the evidence we're going to hear.
The wording of the question, which I think that is based on authority, Mr. Chairman. A policeman on his own or in a small group may have to exercise his discretion as to when to shoot, to kill.
Andithi ipolisa lona ngokwalo ikanene icela nje lincinci lamapolisa linako okokuba lenze isigqibo sokuba kufanele ngoku ukuba sidubule.
In large gatherings in which criminal activity may be indulged in by one or two persons, does not entitle the policeman to shoot at random other people who have done nothing substantially wrong. Please accept that as a proposition of law.
Uthi umhlekazi uBizos xa ipolisa lona ngokwalo xa libona lingakwazi okokuba lizicingele okokuba kufanele lidubule kodwa ke xa kukho abantu abaninzi phaya kuthi phakathi kwabo kubekho abantu abophula umthetho ipolisa linagunya lokuba lidubule nje lidubule wonke umuntu lapho lidubule nabantu abangenzanga nto.
What's the question you're asking the witness? If the proposition of law is correct, then you don't expect the witness to say whether he agrees or disagrees. So what do you ask him based upon that proposition that you've stated to him? There must be a question mark at the end of your question.
There must be a question mark.
Ubuza umhlekazi okokuba ngoku xa usicela lento umhlekazi uBizos umbuzo wakho uthini ofanele uphendule apha.
Have the police been told that if you are faced with a crowd, you are not to indiscriminately shoot into the crowd without an order from a superior officer?
Amapolisa ayaxelwa nako ukuba xa kukho abantu abaninzi phaya awunagunya lokuba udubule phakathi kwabo bantu ngaphambi kokuba ufumane umyalelo ovela kucommander onphethe kokuba dubulani ngoku.
With or without command, every member.
With or without? No. Individually, you don't expect the person to give you a command. And that's why it's called private defense. The question that I am putting to you, that in our law, a police officer is not entitled to shoot into a crowd indiscriminately just because he believes that there may be somebody there that has got a firearm and may discharge it against the policeman himself or his fellow policeman next to him. There has to be a command in a situation where innocent people may be mingled up by those people that may be misbehaving.
As I was saying, with or without a command, the member pulling the trigger is the one responsible for the shot. There is something like an illegal command, and I agree with the statement that one should not fire into a crowd indiscriminately, with
Ndiyavu-
or without a command.
Ndiyavuma okokuba umuntu akanagunya lokuba adubule nje phakathi kwabantu abaninzi phaya noma ewufumene lo myalelo ikanena ngawufumananga ndiyavuma ukuba into engafanelanga yenzeke.
Last statement of yours made clear to the people that... Sorry. Oh, I see. Yes, yes. Is what you've said that nobody has the right to indiscriminately shoot into a crowd taught to policemen, whatever group they may be in?
Yes, and that applies from basic training onwards.
Lento ixela yona ngokuba ipolisa alinagunya lokuba lidubule nje phakathi kwabantu abaninzi. Bayafundiswa na uthi ekusuka nje ekucaleni xa lingena ipolisa emsebenzini liyafundiswa lonto.
Let me go to page 18.
Bezos, is this perhaps an appropriate stage for us to take the adjournment?
Thank
And
you,
can we
Mr.
look at
Chair.
page 18 after we've taken the
Yes,
adjournment?
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well, the Commission will adjourn for lunch.
Sizawuthi ke sithi ukuphumla kancinci apha ixesha lokutya. Cela uba nisukume torho.
The Commission resumes. Mr. Bezos, you're busy cross-examining. Brigadier, I must remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bezos, turn your machine on, no one can hear you.
Yes, please turn to page 18 of Exhibit R, Command and Control. The success of effective response by the SAPs to any public protest situation is dependent on a strong line of command and control. It has been proved that command and control has different meaning to different people. Within the context of policing public protests, command and control simply means that certain people must know that they have different roles to play. Orderly members in the platoon are to execute getting instructions from the platoon leader. The platoon leader is guided by the operational commander, who is normally situated some blocks away in a mobile or permanent command center. This can create serious repercussions in cases where communication is lost and the platoon is left on its own. Do you agree with that statement?
I believe that it would be for operational people to make a determination. Effective control can be on scene or it can be removed. The distance also is relevant. I think that if it is a kilometer away and there's good radio communication, yes. If there's not, then that makes a difference. But there should be good communication between whichever, close or far they are.
Whatever.
Makabe kufuphi apho ngoba bathi apha uba senqweleni noma kwenye indawo athethe nabo ngendlela yonomathotholo apho kwesinye isikhathi kuye kungevakali khona kwenzeke izinto ezingafanelekanga.
Lower ranks must be able to communicate with higher ranks and vice versa.
That's correct, yes.
Abaphansi bakwazi ukuba bathethe nabaphezulu abakhupha imiyalelo.
In any situation such as that which we are investigating as having happened on the 16th of August, it appears to be common cause that the radio communication was not working properly. I want you to assume that you may not know. What effect would it have on the command and control situation if that was the case?
Apha sive ubungqina ke obuthi ngale mini kwenzeka izixholo-xholo kwakunikezwa imiyalelo ngeradio kuthiwa ngoku le radio beyingasebenzi kakuhle ubuza kuba izawuba namphumela injani ke xa iyinyani loo ngxelo.
Commands could not be relayed to people.
Bekungenzeka ukuthi imiyalelo ingafiki kwabantu efanele ukuba iye kubo.
Would that have disastrous consequences of certain people taking it upon themselves when to shoot to kill?
Bekungenzeka okokuba badubule aba bantu kungakaphumanga umyalelo wokuba mabenze njalo.
I think that's only applicable if a command was given to shoot to kill, which as I clearly explained earlier that whenever such a command was given or supposed to be given, the individual at the end of the day takes the final decision on that. So it would be speculative to say it would have catastrophic impact.
Uthi ke umyalelo wokuba makudutshulwe kubulawe
noma
usuphumile ipolisa nepolisa lifanele ukuzicingela koko lifanele na ukuba limdubule umuntu othize.
If it was known that the command system was not operating properly, might individuals who would not ordinarily have the right to decide whether to use lethal force or not might have taken a decision when they shouldn't.
Xa ibengasebenzi kahle ke lento kwakuthethwa ngayo bekungenzeka okokuba abanye bazithathele nje izigqibo ebekungafanelanga ukuba bazithathe.
It's a possibility, yes.
Into ebingenzeka leyo ewe.
It's not as simple as that, Brigadier, is it? Because it's not only the decision to fire, but also if you have using a rifle which you can fire a large number of bullets automatically, one after the other in a very short period of time, the decision as to when to desist is also important. And an officer might be in a better position than the individual marksman to tell him to cease fire. Now, if the radios weren't working properly, and the decision to cease fire was not properly conveyed, couldn't that have serious consequences?
Yes, it would, Chairperson.
Xa iradio ibingasebenzi kakuhle usukhutshiwe umyalelo kokuba makudutshulwe umuntu ephethe lo mpu odubula automatic xa ucale nje kanye ukhipha imbumbulu ezininzi xa kuphuma imyalelo ukuba makuyekwe ukudubula ingakwazi ukuphumelela leyo nto kwiradio kungenzeka ke into bengafanelanga yenzeke.
On page 22 of the exhibit R, the last paragraph. On the other hand, coercive and deadly force involves force which a law enforcement officer uses for the purpose of causing, or which the officer knows to create a substantial risk of causing death or serious bodily harm. Examples include purposely firing a firearm in the direction of another person or a vehicle, building or structure in which there are people. This kind of force normally occurs as a measure of last resort, and in very few cases. Very often, the indiscriminate application of deadly force by police in many developed countries, such as the US and Canada, evoke public protests on the police use of force, which in return results in public discourse on policy reviews. However, it cannot be argued with certainty that the frequency of this indiscriminate use of deadly force seems to be more in one country compared with the other countries. It is largely a rare phenomenon and should be understood within the broader context of violence in particular locality and country. And goes on page 23. In order to ensure compliance with the Constitution and organizations under the international instruments, the current operational strategies and/or policies guiding the use of force by the SAPs during public protests must be subject to urgent review to reduce the use of force to a minimum. This view must ensure strict measures and guidelines are adopted and implemented to reduce the risk of casualties and fatalities associated with the use of firearms during public protests. You read that?
I read it, yes, sir.
Do you agree that
Uyifundile
there
ke
was
yonke lento ebifunda umhlekazi uBizos apha.
Do you agree that, well, can you tell us whether any urgent notice was taken on this aspect of the matter, and was a decision to discharge a firearm should be on orders of the commanders? Any decision or instruction to discharge firearm must be subject to review and investigation, which does not preclude disciplinary and criminal sanctions in cases resulting in casualties or fatalities caused by the use of such firearms. In view, would you regard this as a stern warning by the minister?
Yes, I would, sir.
Apha ke uyavumelana
you please
nomhlekazi
tell us-
uBizos xa ethi kuye apha uminister ubebhala lencwadi lena eyalela amapolisa okokuba usebenziso lezigalo ikakhulu apho khona impu mayithathe ngokukhulu ukucophelela kusetshenziswe kuphela xa kukho umyalelo onjalo ophume kwaba baphethe.
Did you attend any meeting of the senior police officers at head office or elsewhere in order to put into effect as a matter of urgency what the minister was suggested?
No, I did not attend any such
Ubuzwa kokuba ukwaba senhlanganweni noma mhlawumbe kwemeeting kwezinye indawo noma head office yabo apho kwakugxilwe khona kule ntetho kaminister ukuba mawafundiswe amapolisa okokuba umthetho okhoyo ngoku yilo landelayo.
Did you think that it did not apply to you to take initiative in order to perform the minister's will?
Awuyibonanga wena njengento ebalekile okokuba uyithathe ibe semagxeni akho lento yokuba kufundiswa amapolisa ngale ntetho kaminister?
As I earlier said, such instruction would have been filtered through the command structures to me if I was to engage and head such a process. I know that in divisional ORS under General Mawela, there is a process of working on a continuum of force.
You
Apha ke
I
into
was not involved in
beyizawuvela
that, sir. Sorry.
into beyizawuvela kulabo abaphethe beze kumo kokuba uminister uthi ke ngoku mina ndihlanganise uhlelo olunjengalelo kube khona uqeqesho ozoba khona.
You were in an important position directing or coordinating the training. Was this not a matter for urgent attention of officers of your rank, all of you?
It was, but it was not directed to me.
Wena ke njengomuntu onesikhundla esiphakeme phaya esibalekile ubonanga lento ifanele okokuba nize niqhubekise wena nabanye uthi abanye kungasi semagxeni ami kuphela.
You were not part of the whole. You were not part of the whole.
I don't understand the whole.
As an individual, didn't you feel that here is a call on senior police officers to put what is wrong right? Why didn't you take any initiative?
I did not take initiative because I was not instructed to attend or draft such a report.
Ubuzwa kokuba usebenzi na kunye nabanye usebenza uwedwa wena uthi kwakufanele lo myalelo uvele kwaba baphethe ezo zigaba zamapolisa yena ka bese bexhumanisa oloqeqesho.
I don't want to have a semantic argument with you, but taking initiative means that you don't expect to be commanded to do something which is obviously part of your duty to better the situation in relation to loss of life at the hands of the police.
Chair, we have registered the objection to say it is incorrect to proceed on a proposition that there was no action taken on this policy. There was. And in fact, POP got established. And the drafts that we have been using are a response and a direct response to the policy position that the minister has formulated.
Mhlekazi uSiminya uveza ke kuba ayikho le ayinjengoba esitsho umhlekazi uBizos lento ngale ncwadi eyabhalwa nguminister kuye kwathathwa inxaxheba ngoba kwavuswa umthombo wamapolisa lokuba iPOP nezi zinto zifundwa apha zizimpendulo eziphendula lento ithethwa nguminister apha.
Think that you required to be asked, and you did not think that you should take any initiative.
That is correct, yes.
Wena wacinga okokuba
Why?
uzawumela ukuxelelwa
Why did you
ngabanye
want to distance yourself?
ungasinguwe owenza ezo zigqibo zokuba mayenziwe lento.
Because I don't think it's appropriate to use the language that he wanted to distance himself. I understand the thrust of your questioning, but I don't think that expression is appropriate in the circumstances. Maybe you must reformulate the question.
Yes.
But while you're thinking about how to reformulate the question, let me ask him a question. It was suggested to you should have taken the initiative in respect to something which was, you say, was really directed to other people in other sections of the police. How does the police force work as far as people taking the initiative about matters that relate to other divisions, apart from that in which they themselves are placed?
Chairperson, normally instruction would come to say, head this tasking force or do this or that, from higher authority, from the National Commissioner's Office, who at the end of the day is ultimately responsible for all of this. I was not aware of such instruction. There was a process at General Mawela's office dealing with a continuum of force. For me to impose myself in certain areas is inappropriate, and it's not the way that we function in the police service. If I received such instruction from whoever, it would have been done.
Pendula umbuzo ke Ministerial kokuba nisebenza kanjani ngawusibekela indlela enisebenza ngayo yemlayelo uthi kukhona uNational Commissioner okungiyena ophethe imiyalelo yonke ivela kuye ke yehle ize apha kubo akudingeki akufanelanga kokuba yena ngokwakhe abesezibekela okokuba mina nizakwenza ukuthi nokuthi nokuthi kusetshenzwa ngemiyalelo evela phezulu emapoliseni.
Chairperson, this is not necessarily a training matter, but it can also be dealt with as operational matter, with operational understanding operational procedures for public order can deal with that matter.
Into enjengalena ke akuyona into beyidinga okokuba abantu bathunyele bazoqeqeshwa ngayo. Into beyingenziwa phaya baxelelwe ababantu kokuba umthetho usuthi uthi ngoku.
How, other than that, the leader of the training program, could this urgent matter be taken forward?
Ubungenza kanjani ke wena njengomuntu oxhumanisa uqeqesho phaya okokuba lento iqhubekele phambili?
The operational units and the division responsible for that, together with curriculum development, would have attended to that if the operational response service did not issue a SOP in that regard.
Abungekho umlayezo ovela phezulu bekuzawuthi abo abaphethe ezo hlaka zamapolisa bahlangane nathi ke esiphethe uqeqesho sibhale izincwadi ezifanele zikhutshwe.
The sentence adds, each member has certain responsibilities and should be held responsible for decision taken by them. Your decision not to become involved.
Apha
Are you
kuthi
happy with
ipolisa
it
nepolisa
that you did
kufanele
not become involved?
Sorry, I couldn't hear both sides.
I'm sorry. Ubuza umhlekazi ubhiza sokokuba apha kubhalwe ukuba ipolisa nepolisa kufanele lithathe inxaxheba ukwenza kokuba lento ideske ibe yimpumelelo.
I'll read this. It therefore stands to deduct from the command and control of this hierarchy that each member has certain responsibilities and should be held responsible for decisions taken by them. You took a decision to ignore the concerns of the minister.
Uthi ngoku wena wenza isigqibo sokokuba unakuyenza lento bithethwa nguminister.
It's not a matter that I ignored it. There was already something done, as I said, by ORS.
Akusho ukuba andenzanga nto kwase kukho ababeyenza leyo nto.
I want finally to ask you this.
What finally was the decision?
No, going to the last topic. We have read your documents, the ones drawn by you, the ones drawn by Lieutenant Colonel Scott, and other reports.
Sizifundleke incwadi ezibhalwe nguwe neka General Scott nezinye eziye zathunyelwa apha kule commission.
On the question of whether human life can be taken away from people in situations in which the police are involved, we can hardly ever find the word kill used. Instead, what is said. We go to the phase of tactical force, of the strategic option. What's the other one? Or a different strategy. Are those all euphemisms used by the police to mean to kill?
Uthi kwizincwadi zonke sizifundile alikho igama elithi kill elithi bulala. Apha amapolisa asebenzisa izindlela ezininzi kokuba uyawuthatha igxathu lesithathu kuza kwenziwa oku kuza kwenziwa oku kodwa alikho legama elithi kill. Ngoku onke lawo magama lawo singathatha okokuba atsho kona ukuba makubulawe kwelo gxathu.
No, it is not.
Akunjalo.
Well, we've looked up in the dictionaries. The common thing is that they are military solutions or military terms. Do you agree with the dictionaries or you disagree?
I'm not familiar with the languages. I mean, I'm familiar with the language, but I'm not a specialist in that. It's terminology used by the police to indicate that something else needs to be done. And it's not referring to killing per se.
Esetshenzwa ngamapolisa itsho into leyo kufanele yenzeke ayichaza okokuba kufanele kubekho umuntu abulawe apho emva kokuba umhlekazi uBizos emcela ukuba baye bafunda i-dictionary. I-dictionary ithetha ngezinto ezinje.
I'm going to put to you that they are convenient euphemisms which, to avoid you and your colleagues communicating with each other and avoiding the use of the word kill deliberately.
Bezos, is this witness able to give us an answer that will help us to resolve the questions that we have to decide? Whether it's a euphemism is a matter we are as competent to decide, I would hope, as commissioners, as competent to decide as anybody else. Isn't it a matter for argument more properly to be addressed to us at the end of the evidence, rather than to ask this witness for his opinion? If he says it isn't a euphemism, we may disagree. So does it really help?
I will accept your ruling. I thought that it would be, if there is an explanation for the use of those three words over 100 times in all the documents that they have used, avoiding to use the word kill.
Yeah, I didn't draft the documents. Maybe if some senior official, senior officer general or someone gives evidence, and we've been told by Mr. Corsi Thomas it's possible that the minister himself may come to give evidence if matters of policy are an issue, and I'm not clear from you yet to whether you raise questions of policy which will necessitate it for the minister to come. But isn't the minister or some other senior general who was responsible for drafting these documents a better person to ask the question of, rather than the brigadier who saw it for the first time after it was produced?
The brigadier has avoided the use of the word in his report, but I will take it no further, Mr. Chairman. I think that I've made the point that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Apha kuthethwa lento ayithi umhlekazi uBizos basebenzisa onke amagama asho ukubulala kodwa bangalisebenzisi eligama elithi ukubulala. Uthi umgcini sihlalo akabona ukuba ngumbuzo ongaphendula ngulo brigadier. Bazawuthi xa befunda ke bona njengabantu abawufundile umthetho bajonge babone okokuba lelo gama lingatsho yini ukuba bulala apha.
Mr. Nsibeza?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your leave, Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Mpofu could go ahead and ask before I do.
Are you surrendering your right to cross-examine to him, or are you wishing merely to defer your cross-examination?
I'm just deferring my cross-examination to when he has done so.
All right. Mr. Mpofu, are you happy to take up the cross-examination at this stage? Take over the baton at this point?
I'm happy, Chairperson. Brigadier. Yeah. Brigadier, did you attend the 9-day conference in preparation for the commission in Potchefstroom?
No, I did not.
Kwinhlangano leya ensuku ezingu-9 ePotchefstroom ubengekho ubrigadier.
Were you aware of the 9-day conference?
As I earlier said, no, I was not aware of that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Njengoba nditshilo kokuba bendingenalo ulwazi lalowo mhlangano.
Okay, let me start with the level of the risk. You do agree that one of the things that needs to be done in an operation of the kind in question here is the assessment of the level of the risk. Agreed?
Mpofu, this witness is not called as an expert on public order policing policy.
But as a trainer.
He's here just to explain what the training was. I have no doubt you will get ample opportunity to ask questions of that kind of witnesses such as Colonel Scott. So I don't propose to allow you to follow this line of cross-examination with this witness.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Elingqina kuchaza nje okokuba lizochaza okokuba bafundiswa ntoni apha emapoliseni. Akulo ngqina elingakwazi ukuphendula imibuzo lena iyawuphendula ngo-Lieutenant Colonel Scott.
You testified that the POP is the primary unit to be used in crowd management, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Ubungqina bakhe kukuba la mapolisa e-public order policing ngawo afanele ukusetyenziswa kwizixholo-xholo ezinjengezi.
And is it correct that in all levels of crowd management, POP should be operationally in charge?
I do not, I cannot recall the standing order or the national instruction per se. I would prefer if that can be directed to operational specialists.
Apha kubuzwa kokuba la mapolisa e-POP ngawo na ekufanele kube ngawo abalawula izindawo ezinesiphithiphithi njengezi uthi loyo mbuzo uyawuphendula ngabo xa sebefikile.
And are you aware of the policy that only non-lethal force should be used in crowd management?
In the crowd management curriculum, as it is outlined in this document, Exhibit Q, it gives all the non-lethal options and also the use of force. Deadly force, I believe, is one of the topics that is covered in the training manual.
Uyabuzwa kokuba unalona ulwazi lokuba umthetho bekiwe apha ukuthi kufanele kusetshenziswe izixhobo ezingabulali xa kulawulwa abantu abanjengabo. Uthi apha kule ncwadi kuyatsho izixhobo ekufanele zisetshenziswe nemipu ebulalayo ngenye yezinto ezifakiwe.
And in fact, POP being the primary unit for crowd management, according to your evidence, apart from the side pistols that they might use for self-protection, they are not issued with lethal weapons such as R5s, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Inyane kokuba aba be-POPs abanikwa imipu enjengo R5 ngaphandle kwezixhobo ezabanike zona ezingabulali nezi ezincinci amapistilo abazikhusela bona ngokwazo.
And the side pistols that you referred to, that is just standard issue to any policeman for self-protection, correct?
That's correct. The sidearm is a standard issue. I cannot say whether members were issued with it or not, or whether issued or, I suppose they are issued with it.
Yeah.
Imipu lemncinci ipistol zezinikwa noma ngeliphi ipolisa elisemsebenzini akazo kokuba ngale mini babenikiwe na ezo.
Yes, no, what I'm getting at is that even if they were, let's assume that they were issued with side pistols, that would be for the purposes of standard issue and not for crowd management.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
Bebenikiwe ipistol ke zipistol nje zomsebenzi babenganikwanga zona ukuba bayozisebenzisa phaya ukulawula ezizihlwele.
And in fact, if I understood your evidence correctly, you distinguish between the situations that we read about, for example, of policemen being robbed and having their firearms confiscated and all that, the individual attacks on policemen, those are different matters to this issue of crowd control, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but maybe what I said was that policemen have sidearms to protect themselves.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Even an office worker, for that matter, can have a firearm.
Sure.
Ndithe amapolisa noma lisebenze ofisini liyanikezwa umbulu omncinci ipistol.
No, correct me if I'm wrong. I understood you to be saying the instructions such as shoot to kill and all those things, they relate to the individual attacks on police rather than crowd management.
I believe General Taylor said that in that period where there was a huge number of police killings. I don't know his motivation, but that's what I gather from that.
Xa ebuzwa umbuzo kokuba ipolisa linikeza ilungelo lokuba lidubule xa lizikhusela lona ngokwalo, uthi uGeneral Cele wayithetha lento ethetha ngezihlwele ezazihlangena ndazi phansi kwemeko ezithini apho athi makudutshulwe khona.
Yes, and you understood it to be dealing with those situations rather than crowd management.
That is correct.
Mna ke ndayiva okokuba ithetha ngezo zinto apho ipolisa lihlaselwa khona ngalinye, hayi apha ekulawuleni kwezihlwele.
But what we are dealing with here is the issue of crowd management. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Apha ke sithetha ngokulawula kwabantu abaninzi, ewe.
And would you agree with me, either from your own assessment or from what you saw on television, or your understanding of this situation, that on the 16th, the situation that we were dealing with there was not a matter of individual policemen's decisions, but it was a group decision?
I saw on the television they acted in a group.
Yeah.
But as I earlier also said, it's the individual that is discharging the firearm.
No,
it's
of course.
his finger pulling the trigger.
Ndandijongile kwi-TV ndabona uba basebenze bebonke ngexesha elilodwa, kodwa ke njengoba nditsho isigqibo sokuba mawusebenze lowo mbunga lelo nelo lephoyisa.
Yes, no, I understand, Brigadier. I mean, obviously, each individual pulled a trigger, but what you and I seem to be agreeing on is that there was a group action.
That is correct, yes.
Apho siyavumelana kokokuba basebenza beyigroup bekunye.
And you'd also agree that if we are dealing with a group action, normally that would mean responding to an order.
Uyavumelana nami okokuba xa sisebenza ke niyigroup kufanele nenze loo nto ngemiyalelo eninikwe yona.
Yes, and a group can act on its own also. If they don't have a command and they find them situation, individuals in the group can take decisions.
Kunjalo kokuba mabafumane umyalezo, kodwa ke xa bezifumana basemekweni apho kufanele benze khona esabo isigqibo bangasenza.
No, of course. I mean, theoretically, that's also possible, but I'm saying that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong again, it would be highly unlikely that 20 or 30 people all of suddenly take the same individual decision. It's more consistent with a group decision.
What I can recall from the training manuals, I cannot recall that there's something specifically to that.
Kwiincwadi ezesifundisa ngazo andizange ke ndiyibone into njengaleyo xa ebuzwa okokuba ayenzeki kodwa into yokuba abantu abaninzi kangaka bathathe isigqibo esifanayo nomnye zithathela sona ngexesha elilodwa.
Well, there is, and I don't know if you have the SUPS documents on page 409. Ms. Pillay, is that, okay, thank you. Anyway, I'll read it to you so long, you can just believe what I'm going to say. Standing Order 262, force may only be used on the command or instruction of the CJOC or operational commander if appointed. Sorry.
Apha ke kuthiwa i-Standing Order 262 apho kukhutshwa khona umyalelo kokuba makusetshenziswe umpu obulalayo sizawukhutshwa kuphela xa sikhutshwa ngucommander we-Joint Operation Center.
Are we together?
My page is like this, but I'm trying to get there.
Okay, sorry. I've just read the first sentence of 5.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Force may only be used on the command of the, or instruction of the CJOC, that's the Chief of the Joint Operations Center, or operational commander if appointed. And then the next sentence, sorry. Members may never act individually without receiving a command from their commander. Are you familiar with that standing order?
Yes, it's as it is in a standing order, yes.
Yes.
Apha kwi standing order ke kutshiwo kokuba lo myalelo mawuphume ku-chief ye-joint operation center noma ucommander olapho kubo ngelo xesha. Ipolisa ngokwalo alinaligunya lokokuba lizithathele eso sigqibo ngokwalo.
And if we're still together, that we're dealing here with group action, more likely, then the person who would give such an order would be the commander, operational commander, correct?
If you read it in context of this, I think that would be a fair assumption.
Thanks.
Xa siyifunda nje ngoba usitsho njena hayi ndivumelana nawe apho kokuba umuntu onegunya lokukhupha lo myalelo ukuba makudutyulwe u-chief we-joint operation center.
If we accept that, and you have to accept this for now, you did say earlier you were not familiar with that part of the standing orders, but I can assure you that it is there. If we accept that POP should be in overall command, whether we're talking about level 1, level 2, level 3 risk, would it be then fair to say that whatever the level of this particular instance would be, that the TRT had no role to play or were not needed?
Uzawuvumelana nami ke apha ndithi apho kwakuphethe khona aba be-public order policing noma imeko yayingozi kangakanani kwakungadingeki okuba kube khona aba be-TRT aba ekuthiwa ngamapolisa wamabheret.
In Exhibit Q, on slide number 5, I explained the overlapping responsibilities where TRT can assist POP and vice versa, and NIU can assist POP. That slide, that's where I tried to explain how the overlapping responsibilities is there. So if the POP or whoever was in control found it necessary for them to assist on that level, then I think we'll have to take that also. Do I answer your questions?
Yeah, slightly.
Ndithe apha amapolisa lawo POP kukho apho kudingeka khona ancedisane nawe TRT kuye ngokuthi imeko injani apho nalaba be-NIU bangathi babizwa kokuba babe khona xa imeko imaxongo ngolo hlobo.
Okay, even if I were to accept that answer, the POP would still be in overall operational command, correct?
I take it as you quoted it from the standing order because I don't see it, then that assumption can be made. Then.
Thank you.
Ndivumelana nawe apho uthi kodwa abaphethe ngaba be-POP ngelo xesha xa uyifunda kwi-standing orders.
Okay, I'll leave that for now. You were a policeman for about 10 years in the apartheid era, correct? In other words, before 1994, sorry, I don't mean it negatively.
Yes, I was before 1994,
Yes.
9 years.
Kumaxesha engqindezelo ke ube elipolisa iminyaka engaba 10.
And this was, you became a policeman in 1985 at the height of the violence that was engulfing the country, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Ungene epoliseni ngo-1985 xa kuqala nje izidubedube ezezaba khona kulawo maxesha.
There was a notorious unit called the Instability Unit, which which unit does it correspond to in this new terminology, TRT, POP, and so on?
It is internal stability.
Yeah,
Was the
internal
original-
stability unit, correct? Yeah.
Yes, and I don't know, I don't think there's a direct mirror image of that unit.
Yeah.
Kwakukho amapolisa ababizwa ngokuba internal stability. Ubuzwa ngokuba kulawa esinawo ngoku apha ko-POP no-TRT uzawuthi ngamaphi uthi awekho kulawa angafaniswa nawo.
Many changes took place in the police and functions were purified.
No,
I think a combination of TRT, POP, maybe NIU. Certain of those functions can definitely be drawn back in a certain sense, but I think in the new age that we are operating in now, it was more purified, so you have specific units dealing specific events.
Yes, no, I
Uthi
understand.
kwabakho ushintsho olukhulu olenzeka emapoyiseni. Eminye yemisebenzi yayenziwa ngabo bantu izawuba phaya ko-POP, ko-TRT nako-NIU ngoku. Kodwa ke ezo zinto zenziwa okokuba zihambelana namaxesha ale esihlala amaxesha alempilo esihlala kuyo ngoku.
Okay, but the cluster of units that you've mentioned would be the closest to those functions of the ISU, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Lama qela endithethe ngawo apha ke kuzawuba ngawo athatha umsebenzi walaba endithetha ngawo.
Are you aware that there is, if I'm not putting it too strongly, a prohibition of the use of the NIU in crowd management situations?
I'm not aware of that.
Andinalo lwazi lokokuba abakuthiwa i-NIU abafanelanga basetshenziswe ngawo onke amaxesha apho khona izidubedube noma izixholoxholo.
Chair, neither are we aware if Mr. Mpofu can point us to any stated prohibition in law.
He doesn't have to confine himself to law. There may be some internal instructions,
Yeah.
standing orders. But what you're saying is you expect something which forms the basis of what was put. That seems an appropriate point to raise. Mr.
Well,
Mpofu.
this was the-
What's your response to it?
My response is to do what I was just about to do, which is to do exactly that, Mr. Chairman. But you'd agree before we do that, this...
No, I think it's appropriate for you to respond first and then put the question, because the whole
Yes,
thrust,
well,
the
I'm
thrust
going-
of the objection is it's not a fair question unless you can back up the assertion
Yes,
you make. So back up your assertion and then proceed with the question.
But, Chair, I can give you 1,000% guarantee that I will do that, but can I just put one more question before? Yes.
Andibeke lo mbuzo kuzothi emva koko ngicacise uba ndiyibuza ngantoni le nto.
There was, if I can preface it like this, there was evidence by Warrant Officer Tamai that what they were told in the morning was that this operation really would come to this. The people would surrender their arms, they would disperse, and the Warrant Officer Tamais of this world would record the scene.
Apha kwakho ubungqina buka warrant officer uThamai othi yonke le operation babebizele yona kokuba aba bantu bazawuza phaya ngoxolo bafike babeke izixhobo zabo ngaphandle kwezi kungabi khona dushe apho bona ke bese bangena apho bayozibhala phansi babhala ukuba zintoni nantoni.
Okay, you can just take it from me. I know you were not here. That was the evidence. If it wasn't, there would have been an objection by now.
apha xa esho njalo uThamai kodwa wayithetha ke le ntetho.
Are we together, Brigadier?
Yes.
Yes. And between that and whatever else happened, the assessment that this was what one would call day-to-day crowd management situation or operation would be correct, wouldn't it?
Xa ndingabeka kuwe ke okokuba le kwakuyi-operation nje eqhelekile izinto ezenzeka yonke imihla kungekho zidubedube nodushe ngelo xesha.
I can draw only conclusions to what I saw on the television, and that is that it started out as a demonstration and ended on something else. So I cannot
Can
comment on that.
categorize it. Yeah.
Phela kwento endingayisho ukuba ngaphandle kwento endayibona kwi-TV ukuba yaqala kuluqhankqalazo olwalinganadushe lagqibezela selinalo udushe.
Okay, can we now go to, it looks like it's important that we go to slide 71.
Okay, slide 71. What about your 1,000% guarantee? Don't you think time has come for you to comply with it?
Chairperson, it's now 2,000% because I'm actually taking him to slide 71, as just before you asked me. Can you go to slide 71? Exhibit Q, sorry.
Yes. Sizawuza ngoku apha kwi-slide 71.
Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you read out the last part, purpose?
The purpose of the NIU is to render a specialized operational support function focused on planned intelligence-driven and targeted deployments to address specific incidents of crime and public violence, and not day-to-day crowd management operations.
Thank you.
Apha ke ufunda apho kuthiwa khona i-NIU lena ithunyelwa xa sekusispecial okokuba leyo ndawo ifuna abantu bangochwepheshe ngoba sekukhona izehlakalo zolwaphulomthetho, kukho udushe kungafani nezehlakalo nje zolawulo zangemihla ngemihla.
Thank you, Brigadier.
Then, Chair, the proposition should have been to the witness that they also offer operational support function.
Well, no, Chair, I'm sorry. The proposition was very simple, that they are not to be used in crowd management operations, in day-to-day crowd management operations. I don't think it was for me to read the whole. Oh, thank you.
Applies to as the assertion that there was a prohibition of some kind relating to the involvement of the NIU. And I don't exactly see that in slide 71. As far as I can see, so far there's no percentage at all of the implementation of the guarantee. I mean, you may have something else, but I don't see it in 71.
Chair, I'll leave it for argument. For me, the word "not" is nothing, cannot be anything but a prohibition. But we'll leave that for argument. If you say,
Anyway,
if someone says, I will.
Sorry. Are you asserting that what happened on the 16th of August was a day-to-day crowd management operation?
Well, that's a different question, Chair. All I was saying
No, I know
is
it's
that,
a different question. I'm asking you the question.
yes.
What's the answer to the question?
Yes, the answer is yes, but that's not for
Sorry,
the
you
witness.
say
That's a
what
matter
happened-
for argument.
What happened on the 16th of August was a day-to-day crowd management operation. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it was even less than that. According to Tamai, it was simply just
Well, according to Tamai, that was what it was thought it
simply-
was going to be early in the morning. But the question is, as it ultimately turned out, it was a bit
Tamai
more than a
wathetha-
day-to-day crowd management operation.
Wathetha apha ngento
that's
bebaxele yona.
yes,
Sasa.
that's the part that is for argument. All I'm asking the witness is that there is a prohibition, which to me, at least, is indicated by the word "not." Whether that prohibition then applies to this situation or that situation, that's not for the witness. That's a matter for argument. And whether whatever Tamai said or whatever actually happened amounts to day-to-day crowd management operation, that's a matter for argument. I can't canvass that with the witness. Yeah.
Brigadier, are you aware of any prohibition such as was put to you by Mr. Mpofu?
I read only as it stands here, Chairperson, where it says they are deployed through intelligence-driven and targeted deployment to address specific incidents of crime and public violence, and not day-to-day crowd management operations.
Yeah.
Uthi apha kuyashiwo kokuba bathunyelwa xa bekho into ethize ese ivelile phaya ekhombisa okokuba kukho izahlakalo zolwaphulomthetho nodushe kabathunyelwa nje ukuyolawula izidubedube zangemihla ngemihla.
Thank you, Brigadier. Anyway, while we're now on this point, do you accept that crowd management includes situations of unrest and violence?
Xa sithetha ngolawulo lodushe, sithetha ngento ezinjani apho kukhona izixholo-xholo noma izinto ezitheni?
It's difficult for me to answer because I'm not familiar with the definitions per se.
Okay.
Yes.
Andinawuba nampendulo apho ngoba ndiyazi okokuba inkcazelo zakhona zithini.
Yes, I'll take you to the definition. Can you go to page 436 of that same document that Ms. Pillay gave you? Or did she take it back? Okay.
Pillay, would you be kind enough to find page 436 on the hard drive and then give it back to the Brigadier when you found it, if you don't mind?
Oh.
Chair, I'm just having one
We
small
do
problem
have a
with my
hard
computer.
copy which could be used.
Problem, perhaps if you can address this small problem, then you can find it.
Four, 436.
Thank you very much. Got it, thank you.
Have you got it? Okay, can you look at paragraph 2E, and can you read that out?
Crowd management means the policing of assemblies, demonstrations, and all gatherings as defined in the Act, whether recreational, peaceful, or of an unrest nature.
Apha ke kuchaza okokuba ulawulo lezihlwele zabantu xa bedibene bebuthene ndawonye noma kunodushe noma kalukho udushe noma kwenzeka ntoni xa abantu bebaninzi njena ulawulo lwabo.
Do you now accept that the notion of crowd management is not confined to peaceful demonstrations, but also those that involve unrest?
Yes.
Thank you.
Uyavuma okokuba ulawulo ke lento enjengalena alusho apho kunoxolo kuphela noma kukhona udushe lulawulo okuthethwa ngalo apha.
Are you aware that there was some concern about use of force in the upper body?
I only know of that because of news reports on television.
Ndivele nto xa ivela kwi-television nakumaphephandaba okokuba abaphezulu ayibavuyisanga into yokuba kusetyenziswe izigalo ngolu hlobo.
Are you aware that the police themselves, the senior police, made this distinction between injuring people in the upper body or not?
No, I was not aware of such a statement.
Akazange ayive into ithetha ukuba amapolisa aphezulu athetha okokuba ukonzakaliswa kwabantu emzimbeni apha ngaphezulu bekungeyona into bekufanele yenze.
Can you go to page 397? 397 of that document.
Yes.
That is a letter by Lieutenant General Mawela, the senior person you referred to, who's one of your superiors, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Apha incwadi ebhalwe ngumawela lo bethetha ngaye omnye wabaphezulu kula mapolisa obethethe ngaye apha.
Can you read paragraph 3 of that letter, of that circular?
In a few of these incidents, negative publicity resulting in both the print and visual media, raising questions regarding the use of rubber rounds in crowd management situations, especially where participants are injured in the upper body.
Apha ke umawela uthetha ngezinto ezivele koonomathotholo nakumaphephandaba okokuba kuvele intetho ezingezintle noko okokuba abantu badujula babethwa nge-rubber bullets apha emzimbeni ongaphezulu apho benzakaliswe khona.
Okay. Would you now then accept that the issue of which part of the body the force was applied on was an issue as far as your superiors are concerned?
Sorry, when you asked the question, I thought you referred to specifically the 16th August
Okay.
period.
Okay.
That's
No.
why I said only what I saw on television.
Yes,
And I
no.
know of this letter.
You know, you were aware of this?
Yes.
Le incwadi ndiyayazi ke xa undibuza bendicinga mna okokuba uthetha ngezehlakalo zomhla ka-16 August. Le incwadi yona ndiyayazi.
Okay, no, sorry, maybe the question was not clear. Now that you've been reminded, would you agree that the implication of this is that the shooting of people in the upper body should be a last resort?
The way I understood this letter, and I can't recall exactly what it stands, was because of the use of rubber or two-ball rubber where people were shot in the upper body and then direct shot to the upper body. The instruction and training is to shoot and bounce the rounds off the ground. And I think this is what the author intended to say, that there should not be shooting directly to the upper body.
Ndiyayikhumbula le ncwadi ithetha ngokuba iimbumbulu mazingajongiswa emzimbeni womntu. Ezi mbumbulu zerabha kufanele ukuba xa zidutyulwa zibethwe phansi emhlabeni ingabethwa phezu komuntu.
Okay, thanks. Well, Brigadier, to me, the opposite of upper body is lower body, not the ground. Would you agree?
Uthi yena uva kuthiwa umuntu kufanele abethwe apha ngezantsi angabethwa kulo mzimba ungentla.
It is the opposite, yes.
Correct. Thanks.
Ewe.
Just to go back to the issue of the order as in the command. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Just help me with this. I asked you questions about the possible giving of an order at the beginning of the shooting. You remember we dealt with that?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Now let's go to the end of the shooting. If somebody says cease fire, that could be construed as an order to stop, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Siye sathetha apha ngomyalelo okhutshwayo kokuba makuqale ukudutyulwa uthi ke umhlekazi Mpofu xa kuvela leli lithi ceasefire andithi litsho kokuba makuyekwe ewe.
And in fact, one of the standing orders, I don't remember, I don't know which one now, I'll find it if I have to, says that the use of force, even if it happens, must be stopped as soon as the danger is no longer there. Words to that effect.
You are correct.
Am I correct? Yeah.
Unyanisile apho uthi xa kuthiwa makusetshenziswe izigalo kufanele zisetshenziswe ukuze kulethwe imeko ngaphansi kolawulo xa seyilawulekile akusekho sidingo sokuba lisetshenziswe.
Yes, in fact, as it happens, it's in the same letter of Lieutenant General Mawela on the following page 398, page 398. The use of force must always be reasonable in the circumstances, and force must be discontinued once the objective has been achieved. That, there is another reference, but that would capture what we're discussing now, correct?
Correct, correct.
Apha uthi uLieutenant General setyenziso lezigalo liyadingeka okokuba libe khona kodwa ke xa se ifeziwe loo nto bekujongwe ngayo maluyekwe.
And it can also be assumed that if somebody says ceasefire, it means that they perceive that the danger is no longer there, correct?
I would make that, yes, one can say that.
Thank you.
I think that's a fair assumption.
Fair assumption.
Ukhutshwe elithi ceasefire ukuthi makuyekwe kukhombisa okokuba ubungozi bebukhona sebugqityiwe abusekho.
And any shooting that happens after that would not be in line with this directive, correct?
At that specific point,
Yes.
where there's imminent danger,
Yes,
it would be also a fair assumption, yes.
thank you.
apho kudutshulwa khona ngoba kukho ubungozi obuthize xa sekukhushwe eli lokuba makuyekwe ukudubula odubula emva koko ke usokwenza oko ngokungemthetho.
And if it can be shown, and once again, I'm not asking you to accept that what I'm saying is correct, but if it can be shown that there was further shooting after the order of ceasefire, then it's at least possible that that further shooting was unwarranted.
As you say, we have to accept what you are saying there.
Ndiza
it's correct.
kuyamkela intetho ethethayo okokuba xa kungavela ubungqina apho kwadutshulwa emva kokuba sele kukhutshiwe
The video, there were
me.
a couple of cases where you could hear someone saying ceasefire, and you
That's
could hear a
correct.
shot thereafter. Whether, of course, that shot hit any target is something in respect to which we don't know
That's
the
correct,
answer.
Chairperson.
But certainly there do appear to have been shots fired after ceasefire was said. Whether the person who fired the shot heard what was said, of course, is another matter also. But I think we can accept it as a fact, based on the video, that there were shots fired after the order to ceasefire was given.
That is correct, Chairperson. What I saw on the television, and rightfully, as you said, it can be whether did those people that were still shooting heard the ceasefire command or not.
apha ke kuya ngokuthi abo bantu abadubula bayivana le ntetho yokuba makuyeke ukudutshula nokuthi ke ezo mbumbulu ezadutshula emveni koko kukho abantu ezabonzakalisa na.
Well, are the police trained to listen to the orders of their commanders? And are those orders given in a particular way, in a loud way, so that most people should be able to hear them?
That is correct. It should be given in a loud way so that most people should hear it.
Thank you very much.
Lo ngxelo kuye ivezwe kuthethwe kakhulu kude wonke umuntu okhona apho ayizwe.
Sorry, just finally. Sorry, Chairperson, if I can just have 1 second. If we go to page 426. Oh, 426, Chairperson. This is what is called the Use of Force Directive Public Order Police. That's the name of the document, just to give you the context, Brigadier. I just want your comment on 2.3, which says, to accomplish the following ideals for crowd management situations, and we've already defined what crowd management situations mean. 2.3.1, no loss of life. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Apha ke kuthiwa khona kufanele kwenziwe kanjani lokhu kuthiwa akufanelanga kubekho umuntu oswelekayo apho.
2.3.3, no injuries. You are aware of that?
Yes, as it says to the following ideals, no
Yeah.
loss of life and damage to property.
Yeah, that's what I read.
Apho kuthiwa akufanelanga kubekho umuntu owenzakalayo nokonakaliswa kwempahla.
And 2.3.4, all citizens must be satisfied with the conduct of the SAPS. You are aware of that?
So 2.2.
2.3.4, sorry.
2.3. Yes, I see it here.
Nalapho isithi khona eso senzo samapolisa kufanele sonelise bonke abahlali apha eMzansi.
And the last one, 2.3.5, all citizens present at the gathering to feel safe and secure. You're also aware of that?
Yes.
kufanele ukuthi bonke abantu abakhona kuloo ndawo enezidubedube bazive bekhoselekile.
And you're also aware that the TRT is meant to play what is called a holding role until the NIU or STF arrive.
They would stabilize the situation unless a immediate tactical option present itself, and basically stabilize and wait for specialists to arrive if they cannot deal with the situation.
Ababe TRT ke bona babekele kokuba babe khona apho bakwazi ukuthi bayilawule leyo meko ekhona kude kufike aba bezi specialist.
And that they also are required to react only, or rather, let me not add words to it. React if necessary, if a tactical solution cannot be delayed. And we now know what a tactical solution means. It means killing people.
Objection, Chair.
Okay, I will withdraw.
I didn't know we knew that.
Well,
perhaps you know that, Mr. Mpofu. I didn't know that.
Well, it was this was, okay, Mr. Bezos at least used what he called euphemisms. Okay, whatever.
I think reformulate the question in a way that does away with the objection
fairness,
and then we can carry on.
In fairness, okay. Whatever a tactical solution means, but these people are only to react if necessary and if a tactical solution cannot be delayed. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Uthi aba ke kufanele balawule apho kude kufike apho imeko ingasalawuleki khona.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have nothing further. And I want to thank my learned friend, Mr. Nsebeza. Mr. Chairperson, the reason why there was this swap was because I need to be excused, with your permission, Chairperson.
You are excused, Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Mr. Nsebeza, having waived your or deferred your right, are you now in a position to exercise it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Brigadier, I have the disadvantage of having had to follow your evidence from transcripts.
Oh.
And Mr. Chairman, please, you will forgive me if I stray. But I know you will make sure that I keep within the reins.
Tekazi Nsebeza uthi ubengekho ubungqina bale ndoda ubufumane ezincwadini.
I just want to find exactly where your place is in the training environment in the SAPS.
Where I myself is based,
Yes.
station. I'm situated in Pretoria under the head office of training, Division HRD, Human Resource Development, under the component in-service police development.
Yena ke uphaye Pretoria head office apho kusetshenzwa khona kwa human resource development apho kuqeqeshwa khona abasebenzi.
Now, I've heard you being referred to variously as a trainer or a training coordinator. Are you a training coordinator?
That is correct, yes.
Yena ke ungumxhumanisi nje kwalo kuqeqesho olukhona.
What does that entail, actually?
What it entails is that the needs of the South African Police Service is extracted, then a needs assessment is done and determined that a certain training intervention needs to take place. Then that training interventions is placed on the National Training Provisioning Plan for the next financial year. We plan yearly for that. Then all the courses that falls, which is assigned to me to coordinate. For that purpose, I need to ensure that nominations is done properly, that facility is available, that trainers is available, and that the program is presented, and that it afterwards be captured, and financial responsibilities related to that.
I see.
Uchaza kokokuba umsebenzi wakhe yintoni yena umhlekazi uthi njalo njengonyaka kuye kujongwe izidingo zamapolisa ngonyaka ozayo bese ke kuthi yena afumana okokuba amagama alaba bazoza akuye izindawo apho bazoqeqeshela khona zikhona izincwadi ezihambelana netraining zonke zikhona nemali ezofuze ukuthi ikhokhwe apho for lezo zidingo ikhona.
I understand from that answer that you are not necessarily doing the training yourself.
That is correct, yes.
Ndiva ke kulo mpendulo kokuba wena ngokwakho awungomntu oqeqeshayo.
And you will correct me if I'm wrong, you are also not responsible for drawing the curriculum or the curriculums of the various training, of the various units which should be trained, particularly for whatever.
That is correct. The component research and development in the same division as I'm working, they're responsible for drawing that curriculum.
Izifundo ezizawunikezwa ke apho noqeqesho lizoba khona kalibhalwa nguye kukho abalibhalayo abenza i-research.
So where, for instance, you have the NIU, the National Intervention Unit, which I see you start to deal with from slide 70. You wouldn't be the person who is in charge of training that unit.
Physically on the range, physically
Yes.
on the center, no, I would not be the one physically presenting it.
There would be somebody who is the head of training National Intervention Unit personnel.
Their training is conducted currently under Division ORS. They coordinate or they see to it that it gets implemented, the coordination that's done. They are the ones presenting the training itself.
Aba be National Intervention Unit abafundiswa ndim baqeqeshwa ngababizwa nge-ORS
Okay.
ophethe kulowa ndawo uyena owenza zonke igqibo zokufundiswa kwabo.
Yes, you must please appreciate that I'm trying to find which questions I can ask from you usefully,
Sure.
fruitfully, so that I should know that I shouldn't put questions to you when they are actually appropriately put to somebody else.
Understand.
Ndibuza le mbuzo ngoba ndifuna ukubona ukuba yimiphi ongayiphendula wena le mbuzo. Ndifuna ukubuza imibuzo kuwe eyawudinga ukuba iphendulwe ngabanye.
I understand that all you were part of a team that put together Exhibit Q.
That's correct.
Ndiva kakuhle okokuba ube ungemnye wabantu ababhala le Exhibit Q ewe.
There were others who were involved in putting together Exhibit.
That's correct, yes.
Wakho abanye benincedisana nabo kwenzeni le ncwadi ewe.
So if the commission wanted to know the person who is in charge of training the people who are in the National Intervention Unit, it would have to look to somebody else.
That is correct, yes.
Xa i-commission ngoku ifuna ukwazi okokuba ngubani umuntu kahle ophethe uqeqesho lamapolisa e-NIU bajonge komnye umuntu ayapha kuwe ewe.
And the special task force,
The same
you
applies
involved?
to them.
Nabe special task force ewe kufuneka omnye umuntu.
and the TRT tactical response teams units,
The same applies to them.
Naba be TRT kuyofuneka ophethe apho.
and the dog unit.
The dog unit falls within our responsibility.
Aba be dog unit ke bawela phansi kwethu.
Not mine specifically, but one of my fellow colleagues.
Hayi kum kodwa omnye wogxa bam.
Now, when you say our, who is us?
Apology, division training, division human resource development.
The Division of Human Resources Training.
Xa ndithi thina ndisho aba be human resource development abo
And,
nisebenza kubo.
and is there somebody who's in charge of training the POP, the Public Order Police?
Yes, there is someone in charge of that also.
Esekuba khona ke oqeqesha aba be public order policy.
Now, I think that's helpful because it gives me a sense of what is involved. Now, I have seen, I don't know if you have Exhibit Q. Do you have Exhibit Q?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yes. And the other, police. Exhibit L, do you have also Exhibit L?
No.
Would you don't have Exhibit L? Okay. Exhibit L, I believe, was a police presentation.
Is it this one?
On the outside, it says mine unrest at Lawn Mill, Marikana, history and build-up.
The interpreter got one here.
Oh, yes. Very useful man, the interpreter. Now, from what I've seen in 211, or slide 211, which speaks to munitions expended at scene 1. Now, I know you, from what I've read from your transcript of your testimony, you were not present on the 16th of August. Did I get that right?
That's correct, yes.
Yes.
Ubungekho phaya kwesahlakalo mhla ka-16 beningekho.
If it is only on the basis of munitions that were expended at scene 1, would it be correct that 2 units, the POP and the TRT, appear to have been involved in discharging ammunition in scene 1? From what is represented there?
Yes.
Xa sijonga lapha ke amapolisa asebenza imbumbulu pha ku scene 1 sesahlakalo sokuqala ngawe TRT nawe POP.
And if we go to slide 257 of that document, on the evidence thereof, it does appear that virtually that the NIU was involved, the K9 was involved, the dog unit, the TRT was involved, and the POP were involved.
Asijonga phaya kwisehlakalo sesibini kwakukho amapolisa lawe National Intervention Unit khona i-K9 ababezinja i-TRT ikhona nayo ne POP.
And since you were not involved on the day, you wouldn't know what the rationale would have been for the involvement of all those units. It wouldn't be a question to put to you.
That would be correct. The best person to answer would be the operational commander.
Umuntu ongakwazi ukuphendula okokuba kwakukhona isidingo sokuba babizwe babe baninzi ngolu hlobo ngeke kube uwe uthi hayi lo wayephethe operational command.
Now, in the training of all these units, and since you are the coordinator, I want to proceed on the basis that you are keen to know whether what is in the curricula is in fact implemented. It would be, I wouldn't put it higher than saying you would have a keen interest to see that it is implemented.
That's correct, yes.
Is there an obligation on you? Oh, sorry.
Njengomntu okhona phaya kuqeqesho ndiyabona uthanda ukwazi okokuba ezintoni bafundisa zona ziye zisebenze yini phaya.
Are there ever any sessions at which you become involved, for instance, where evaluation of sins that have been involved in public violence are assessed? Do you ever?
Yeni benenhlangano yini apho nithetha khona emva kokuba zenzeke lezi zinto nithethe ngazo ukuba apha kwenzeka ukuthi nokuthi?
No, I have not been involved in any such assessment.
Andizange ndibe khona ke.
I know you have indicated that you were not involved in the 9-day gathering at Potchefstroom. I'm not referring to that specific incident.
No, others also, I was not.
Ndivile okokuba ubungekho phaya kwintlanganiso yamalanga angu-9 ePotchefstroom uthi ubrigadier nakwezinye ke intlangano andizange ndibe khona.
Other than the theory that we all have been able to see that comes out of these documents, public standing orders, so and so, you should not do this, you should do this. You have never been in a situation where you have yourself been involved even in a post-mortem assessment of the efficacy of these training methods.
No, I have not, but my colleagues at Research and Development in our division, whose function it is, they perform that function.
Ngaphandle kokuthi ke wena uzise nje incwadi ezisho ukuba wenze oku ungenzi oku wenze oku ungenzi oku awuzange kube khona apho kuthethwa khona ngezinto kokuba xa sibafundisa ukuthi imivuzo yakhona kube yilena le uthi hayi aba benza i-research baba khona kwintetho ezinjengezo yena ngokwakhe ubrigadier azange abe khona.
For instance, I would have wanted to ask you what is involved in the practical training of those who would be involved in crowd control. Now, would you be useful in giving us an answer with regard to that?
As much as I want to assist, I would be basically touching on topics, and I think best would be to ask the trainer specialist that can be called for that purposes, because they know the tactics, the terminology, everything by heart.
Bendifuna ukukubuza kokuba aba bantu abalawula indawo yezixholoxholo baqeqesha ngendlela enjani ungakwazi uthi ayibona kokuba makabize abo bantu kuba ngabo ababaqeqeshayo kuloo ndawo.
I ask because I don't want you to leave that witness stand and then realize after we've left that I should have put certain questions to you. Do you understand that, Brigadier?
I understand, sir.
For instance,
ngoba ndingafuna ukuba uzohamba apha ningayibuzanga le mbuzo endibuzayo.
A figure has been bandied about which represents the number of people who were on that copy on the 16th. It's being 3,000 people. Now, I would have wanted to know what those who get trained in crowd control, what are they actually taught to do when they deal with 3,000 people? Let's say, for instance, people who are unarmed. Do you have any sense about what it is practically that they are supposed to do?
Ake ndibuze umbuzo njengalo Brigadier uba naba bantu kuthiwa ngamawaka amathathu abantu phaya abaxhomanga lawula izithwele bekufanele kudinga ukuba benze ntoni.
And the operation, for instance, as is the operation in this case, disperse and what? Disperse. Let's say it was just disperse. Now, what practically are the people trained? How do they handle that situation? Do you know?
If I can refer to the slides, it is somewhere here where the tactical options is presented. I'm not sure, I can just find it here quickly.
Ndingafunda nje apha kule ncwadi umbuzo uthi aba bantu bangamawaka amathathu aba bantu bathunyelwe kokuba mabayobahlukanisa aba bantu yintoni ekufanele bayenze apho uthi mandifunde apha.
Slide 29,
yes,
where it says the defensive options and the offensive options. other than what it stands there, I would believe it would be injustice for me to try and explain to you the details of each of these techniques.
Yes.
And those are the techniques that is used in crowd management.
Zibhalwe apha ke izindlela zokucontrola i-crowd enjengaleyo.
And you wouldn't know what kind of risk analysis those who would go into that kind of crowd control situation, what they do.
No, I don't want to comment on that.
Awunalo ke nolwazi lokuba aba bantu bazawuya apho fanele bazimisele ngantoni
Benzo, I'm
ngantoni.
proposing to sit till 4:30 because we lost time this morning. So therefore, in fairness to everybody, I'm prepared to take a tea adjournment. When it's convenient for you, please tell me and we can adjourn for tea.
No, Chairman, when once you say that, you either say the tea adjournment is now or will come after tea. There are just a couple of questions that I would have liked to explore. Maybe let's take the tea adjournment now, Chairman.
Make sithi thatha itiya.
Oh, yeah. Nicole, do you know I was asking you last night?
Commission izostart.
The commission resumes. You are still under oath, Brigadier.
Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions, Brigadier. I've looked at Exhibit Q. There doesn't seem to be any reference to the existence of a risk assessment manual. In other words, something that, as part of training people who are going to do crowd control, they would be told these are the ABCs when it is, that kind of. Do you have a risk assessment manual?
No, not that I can recall, no.
Ubuzo apha xa ejonga i-Exhibit Q, akukho apho kubonakala khona okokuba ingxaki abantu abangahle badibana nazo zeziphi nokuthi ke xa kukho ingxaki ezinjengezo bazozijonga bazisebenze ngendlela enjani.
Now, you have been asked a number of questions on what appears in the SAPS Bundle 1 on pages 397 to 401 and beyond. The first one is the letter that seems to have gone to all provincial commissioners, all provincial heads, operational response services on the 20th of December, 2012.
2011 or 2012?
2011. Well, I mean, we haven't arrived at it. Thank you, Brigadier. I'm a bit disoriented. You recall this letter?
I do, yes.
Uyayikhumbula incwadi eyakhutshwa mhla ka-20 December 2011 yayithunyelwe kubo bonke abakhulu phaya.
Now, in your capacity as a training coordinator, does this kind of letter come to you? And if it does, for what purpose it would come to you? In other words, I'm just trying to see where in the scheme of things you would fit with what that letter seems to convey.
If I think a better way to explain is, it mentions specifically the stopping to use the rubber rounds, for instance. Our curriculum personnel would then amend the curriculum. But that very same letter was recalled later in 2012, early this year.
Yes.
So, yes, if a letter like that comes, it will influence the curriculum because the operational side said that they experienced a problem, the curriculum would be changed, and then it would pass down to us for implementation. Or to the trainers for implementation.
Nokuya ithunyelwe kwabaphethe ubuzo kokuba ngoku iye kanjani kuye uthi iya kuye ngoba inokwenza noqeqesho olukho.
So you get to know about it in your capacity as a coordinator of training, because the curriculum developers would have to take the contents of that letter into account. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Iza kuye ke njengomntu oxhumanisa uqeqesho kokuba aba benza uqeqesho bade bayifumane kuye xa kukhona uguquko oluthize oluhlongozwayo.
And an inquiry as to whether that was put into operation would have to be more to the people who are the divisional heads of the units that get trained than you. Would you agree with that?
Whether they implement this instruction specifically?
Yes.
Yes.
Abo ke bazawufanele babajonge okokuba iyalandelwa nale miyalelo ngabo abaphethe ezo divisions.
That would be also the case with respect to the letter also, I think, in the form of a circular on that same document, which purports to be a letter from the National Commissioner, Republic Order Police, use of force during crowd management, 20th July 2012. You are familiar with that letter?
I don't have in front of me, but I think it's the one that we talked about as withdrawing the previous one.
I would think so.
Kukho incwadi ke vale mhla ka-20 July kuwo lo nyaka ka-2012 eyayirhoxisa le yayibhalwe kuqala.
I don't know whether your copy is legible, but most of the copies were.
No, I know about this letter, yes.
Yes.
Ndiyayazi ke le ncwadi.
In other words, as late as the 20th of July 2012, this letter was circulated to all provincial commissioners, all divisional commissioners, all provincial heads, all deputy national commissioners, chief of staff, Ministry of Police, secretary of police, secretariat police.
Yathunyelwa kwabo bonke ke ababalandelayo i-provincial commissioner, divisional commissioners, provincial izinhloko ze deputy national commissioners ne-chief of staff kunye ne-secretary yamapolisa kwi-secretariat.
You can confirm that?
Yes.
Ewe
And
kunjalo.
as you can see, in fact, it agrees with what you have just testified. It says it is this evenly numbered letter, the evenly numbered letter dated 20th December 2012, which is the one that I talked to, has reference and is hereby withdrawn and is replaced by this instruction.
Ithi le ncwadi ke
Confirm that.
incwadi ekhitshwe mhla ka-20 kuDisemba 2011 ephathelene nolu daba iyarhoxiswa ngokuzawusebenza le kusuka namhla.
Benzo, I take it this is going to be an exhibit. So, seeing you referring to it, is it, Ms. Blair, Exhibit S? Thank you.
Yes. In the police bundle, it is referred to as item 37. What is it?
No, but the whole police bundle isn't going to be handed in as an exhibit before the commission, because otherwise you can imagine how many exhibits we would have. Only those that will be referred to in evidence will get exhibit numbers. And so this is a letter from the National Commissioner to provincial commissioners and others, dated 20 July 2012. So it was in operation for something like 25 to 26, 27 days, had been operating 26 days, when the events which form the subject of this commission took place. Well, the culminating events which form the subject of this commission took place.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, what exhibit number are we giving it? S?
S.
Exhibit S.
Incwadi exhibit S yakhutshwa mhla zing-20 kuJulayi kunyaka 2012 okukhombisa ukuba ibisisebenza mhla kwenzeka esehlakalo phaya ngo-August.
Now, Brigadier, you indicate that you are aware of this letter.
That's correct, yes.
Uthi unolwazi ngale ncwadi uBrigadier.
And as the chair has indicated, it seems to have been circulated a few weeks before the events that form now the subject matter of this commission, because it was sent in July, towards the end of July of 2012. Do you agree?
I agree.
Now, when did you personally become aware of this letter?
It must have been around the time of the circulation. It do take a few days to go through circulation. I cannot recall a specific date, but obviously after between 20 July and
Yes.
August.
Uthi uyazi ngale ncwadi ke ixeshana nje lithize emva kokuba ikhutshiwe ngoba ithatha izinsukwana kokuba ifike kubo bonke.
Now, when a letter of this nature crosses your table in your capacity, do you do anything about it, or what do you do? Because it seems to be giving some indications as to what must be done.
If a letter of this nature come across my table, influencing directly the training, I would interact with the curriculum developers and ask them whether they are aware of this because they need to adjust the curriculum accordingly.
Yes.
Xa kufika incwadi enjengalena etafuleni nami nje ndiyithathe naba abasebenza ngecurriculum izifundo ngoba kufanele benze xa kufanele kube khona ukuthize okuzawuphendulwa apho bayithathele ingqalelo.
Would you also interact with the trainers in the divisions, in the various divisions?
Not necessarily, because this letter is distributed nationally and the training people that's presenting it would also get a copy of this. So one would expect of them to take it down to the trainers.
Ubuzo kokuba i-trainers zona ngokwazo ke uyathetha nazo uthi ziyayifumana nazo ithunyelwa kuwo onke umuntu incwadi enjengale.
This also speak directly to the, sorry, Chair.
I'm sorry to intervene, but I want to ask you a question. In view of the fact that this letter was only issued just over 2 weeks prior to the events of the 16th of August, had any training, any relevant training taken place between the issuing of this letter and the events on the 16th of August?
Chairperson, it was what I was about to say. The curriculum have not been changed. So if there was a course ongoing at that stage, I cannot recall dates and so on, they would continue with the curriculum. But this is then operationalized to say that you cannot utilize this or the different levels of force operationally. So the curriculum would have, if there was a course at that stage, continue the way they had it. But members would have been made aware that there's going to be operationally something else than what they are currently busy with.
Ubuza ngumgcinisihlalo kokuba ngoku le ncwadi likhipha le miyalelo yakhutshwa iveki ezimbini phambi kwesahlakalo esikumhla ka-16 kukho abantu babeseqeqeshiwe ngale nto yayila uthi xa kwakukho itrain eyayiqhutywa ngelo xesha babezawuxelela ngayo kodwa ke i-curriculum beyingakatshintshwa yona.
Circulars of this nature is also circulated around the whole police service. So operational units, POP units, would have received this through normal correspondence to take notice of it.
Incwadi ezinjengezi ke zithunyelwa kuwo onke amapolisa namapolisa amanye abengaphandle abezawuba nalo ulwazi olunjengolu ngoba bizawufika nakubo.
Do we have the evenly numbered letter of the 20th of December 2011? I take it hasn't been handed in exhibit yet, has it?
It doesn't have an exhibit number, but it's part of the police bundle. Yes.
Part of the police bundle. The relevant point that may have to be considered is what changes were introduced by this letter of the 20th of July 2012. I don't know whether the witness can help us, and if he can't, then obviously we'll raise it with a later witness. But I noticed that this letter refers, for example, to minimum force, and it refers to the need for review every time minimum force is used. Now, does that mean that the letter of the 20th of December 2011 didn't require that minimum force should be used? Or is this something that we can only clear up when we have a witness who has direct knowledge of the earlier letter?
I'm
afraid it wasn't clear to whom I was addressing the question. I was addressing it to the witness primarily, but possibly the evidence leaders could help us in that, or possibly even Mr. Ntabeza, I don't know. Anyway, I've asked the question. It's aimed at 3 particular people. If any of you can answer, I'd be grateful.
Mr. Chair, from our side, as I said earlier, it was passed on to the curriculum developers, and they were working on the process in amending the curriculum. And also operational units would have received both letters via the correspondence channels to use as operational guidelines immediately.
Ezi zincwadi kuthethwa ngazo ke bezafika kuwo onke amapolisa xa ifika phaya kum ke yanikezwa kwaba abenza uqeqesho okokuba benze inguquko ezifanele njengoba zibekiwe apha.
It to me, I should actually have directed the question to Mr. Semenya because he may, if he knows the answer immediately, it'll save a lot of time. The question is are the differences between the letter of 20 December 2011, which has not yet been handed in this exhibit, and this exhibit S, which was dated the 20th of July 2012, are there any significant differences? Why was it necessary to issue this new letter and to withdraw and replace the earlier instruction? I know it's not directly relevant to the witness says, but it may actually save a lot of time if we know the answer to that, either now or first thing tomorrow morning.
May I give an answer first thing, or may I have an answer given first thing tomorrow morning?
Certainly, Mr. Semenya.
Ubuza umhlekazi umgcinisihlalo kokuba kukho umahluko na phakathi kwezincwadi ezimbili le kamhla ka-2011 nale ka-20 July 2012 umhlekazi uSiminya uthi uzawujonga kuzawuthi ngomso asinikeze impendulo.
Mr. Beza, I'm sorry I interrupted you, but please proceed.
No, not at all, Mr. Chairman. Just as a follow-up on what the chairman has put, it appears to me that one of the issues that are addressed, that is addressed in both letters, is the use of rubber rounds and shotguns. In paragraph 5 of the letter of the 20th of December 2011, which is on page 397 of SAPS Bundle 1. The letter, the circular, 20th December circular says the use of rubber rounds and shotguns must be stopped with immediate effect. And then it goes on. Do you have it in front of you, Brigadier? Less lethal methods to manage crowds must be implemented. Negotiations is still the first resort. A gradual response, such as the use of pyrotechnics, water cannon, and the 40-millimeter launcher must then be used. The purpose of offensive actions must be to de-escalate conflict with a minimum level of force to accomplish the goal. The degree of force must be proportional to the seriousness of the situation and the threat posed in terms of situational appropriateness. The use of force must always be reasonable in the circumstances, and force must be discontinued once the objective has been achieved. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
Uyavuma ukuba uyayibona apho ithetha khona kokuba makuyeke kusetshenziswa izigalo ikakhulu ukusetshenziswa kwembumbulu ze-rubber rounds neze-shotgun kokuba makwenziwe zonke ezinye inzame zokuba kungasetshenziswa izigalo kuthethwe nabantu kubekho izindlela zokusombulula leyo ngxaki ikhona ngaphandle kokuthi kuyiwe kwizigalo.
Now, I would like you to then please make a comment as to whether Exhibit S, the August letter, addresses differently the question of shotgun and rubber rounds in paragraph 3.
Ngokuthi xa sijonge paragraph 3 yale ncwadi ka-August ithetha ngenye indlela na ekusetyenzisweni.
Do you have paragraph 3?
Yes, I do. Paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3, it will be 3.1, 3.2, 3.3.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If you could read that into the record, just so that we are all following, and then make a comment whether it alters in any significant way what the circular of the 20th of December 2011 says with regard to shotguns and with regard to rubber rounds.
Umbuzo kokuba makaka sikhombise umahluko okhona kwezi zincwadi ezimbini maqondana nokusetshenziswa kwezi rubber rounds.
Paragraph 3, only the Beretta or Mustard 12-bore shotgun and shotgun 12-bore double-ball rounds M9A1 must be used by trained POP members and dedicated in the use thereof. Rubber rounds should be used from a distance of 20 meters and more from the crowd. POP members issued with a shotgun may never act individually, but only on the command of the section leader, platoon commander, or operational commander. The rubber rounds must be skip-fired on targets to targets at the legs of the crowd. POP operational commanders must ensure that video footage is taken of the crowd throughout the phases of including during the use of minimum force. A record keeper must also record everything on operational diary. The member who gives the command for action must not take part in the action. Disciplinary or criminal steps will be taken against members who act beyond the command or use force that was necessary as per command. Every time minimum force is used, a review of the action taken must always be done by an officer holding the rank of captain and above, who was not part of the action and was also not on the scene. As mentioned in paragraph 11.4c of Standing Order General 262, rubber rounds may only be used to discharge a crowd in extreme circumstances should other less forceful methods prove ineffective. This means that the use of rubber rounds is only as a last resort. The national instruction policy will be distributed as soon as it is finalized.
Fundeka ngolo hlobo ke le ncwadi njengoba ebesisho nje kokuba iBeretta neMaster 12-bore shotguns ne-shotgun 12-bore double rounds ezibizwa ngokuba zi-M9A1 mazisetshenziswe ngamapolisa POP akufundele ukusebenzisa ezo rubber bullets kabe zimitha ezingaba u20 kusuka kulo muntu eqondiswe kuyena. Aba bePOPs abanikeze i-shotgun akufanelanga bazisebenzise ngaphandle kokuba kuphume umlayelo ophuma ku-operational commander. I-rubber rounds ezi mazingajongiswa kumuntu zijongiswe phansi ikanene apha ngasemlenzeni yakhe. Sichaza ke indlela ezininzi kuze kufike apho kuthiwa khona umuntu sebenza ngendlela exhasene nalo mthetho angabekwa netyala.
Now, I don't know whether it would be a fair conclusion to make that it seems in terms of this circular of August 2012, emphasis seems to be placed.
Mr. Sebez, it's July, isn't it?
July.
You say August, it's July.
July. Thank you, Chairman. Now, how do you interpret now, and how did you interpret then when you first became aware of this letter? 3.6 of Exhibit S.
The first letter of December said no rubber rounds should be used during crowd management. And then that was basically revoked by the letter of July, where it says then when it can be used and in which conditions it can be used. That is the main difference that I see between the two letters and the purpose of the second letter.
Yes.
Umahluko okhona kwezi zincwadi zimbili kulapho nje ithi irubber bullets ezizingasetshenziswa kwimeko ezinjani nezinjani kuphi apho ingafaniswanga ukuba isetshenziswe khona.
But whether or not in the training units this was something that was taken into account, you wouldn't know because you are not in the units themselves.
No, I would not be able to say with accuracy.
Okokuba phaya kwi-training baxelelwa ke ngale nto lena ngeke ndikwazi ngoba ndisuke ndingekho phakathi kwi-training.
By the way, who is in charge of curriculum development in the NIU? Do you know?
No, the curriculum development under Division HRD it would be General van Eyck.
General?
Van Eyck.
Ubuza kokuba ophethe izifundo eziphaya kwa National Intervention Unit ngubani uthi ophaya kwi operational ngu General van Eyck.
Is it van Eyck ECK or AUIJK?
JK.
UIJK.
Van Eyck, yeah.
Van Eyck, U-I-J-K. John Van Eyck. And do you know who?
Sorry, it's YK. YK.
Okay, okay.
Van Eyck, yes.
YK. Now, how do you spell Van Eyck?
Van Eyck is spelled V-A-N-Y-K.
V-A-N-Y-K.
V-A-N, alone, and then
Y-K.
EYK. But I know him, I can pass a message on to the general.
Is it E-Y-K or E-Y-C-K? E-Y-K.
EYK.
All right. Now he's in charge of curriculum development.
That is correct, yes.
And who would be in charge of the practical training of people trained in the NIU? In other words, who would be there in the field to say, this is what you do?
I cannot give you a specific name because the recent reshuffling in that division, I do not know exact name or the person that's in charge of that. It was recently, but it can be. It falls under General Mawela, under his component.
Would you know who would have been in charge of the practical training of the NIU at the time of the events that we are talking about?
Elixesha sithetha ngalo ubuzwa ngubani umuntu bema phambi kwale aba be-NIU ebaxelela ukuba nenza oku na oku ngendlela ethize nethize.
I think it would be best if we can refer you to Brigadier Tsilowani at National Intervention Unit.
Xa ndingakunika igama lika Brigadier Tsilwane ophaya kuleyo division.
Thank you. And the special task force, who would be in charge of curriculum development there?
Again, it's General Van Eyck.
General Van Eyck.
Apha task force, special task force, kuphinde kube nguye ubrigadier lenthethe ngayo Van Eyck.
And training?
Would be Brigadier Fritz. Whoever is responsible for the different phases would report under his command.
Brigadier Fritz, uyena ophethe umuntu olapho uzobe engaphansi kwakhe.
Curriculum development for TRT units?
General Van Eyck.
Curriculum development.
That is correct.
Apha kwi-TRT kusaphethe yena uVan Eyck.
And then the training of those units?
The training would be, I think they have only a colonel at this stage. Otherwise, it falls directly under the command of General Annandale.
Uthi okwangoku kukho i-colonel ebatreyinayo aba be-TRT kodwa ke bonke bawela phansi kuka-colonel lo athetha ngayo.
I just want to iterate that the changes in their division, in Division ORS, I'm not certain of these posts. So if there's a wrong person at the wrong position, please bear with me.
You won't be crucified.
Thank you very much, sir.
Awuthi nginganibeka ityala xa ndinika abantu abarongo ngoba andibazi kakuhle aba bantu.
In the dog unit, the K9 unit, that would be under you, would it be?
No, not under myself, sir. And the curriculum development is General Van Eyck once again. And the
training uye Van Eyck osaphethe general.
And the training itself presented at the K9 Academy under Brigadier Vuma.
Ku-K9 ke apha kwezinja ngu-Brigadier Vuma.
Brigadier Vuma, okay.
Uthi Colonel Vuma.
Brigadier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Brigadier.
Thank you. Sorry? Mr. Ramapela, do you wish to ask any questions?
Chairperson, I'm sure I'll ask just one or two. Brigadier, you are one of the leaders in this Human Resource Development Division. And I see that in slide number 2, you say that your mission is to ensure quality education, training, and development in support of creating a safe and secure environment for all people of South Africa. Is this correct?
That is correct.
Njengoba esitshoko kokuba injongo yabo ke nento abazimisele ngayo kokuba kufundise ababantu ngendlela efanele baqeqeshwe ukuze ba umgangatho ube phezulu yonke lento yenziwa ngenjongo yokuba kubekho ukhuseleko kwinhlalo yonke umuntu okhona apha eMzantsi.
And will I also be correct if I say that taking instructions runs through all forms of training?
Yes, where's the speaker? I can't see the speaker.
Uthi uphi lo muntu uthethayo ndimboni sukuzimela mfokaba.
You must just listen. Taking instructions runs through all forms of training.
That is correct, yes.
Uthi ke ukunantsika imiyalelo ulawulo lu hamba kusuka phezulu kuya phansi kuyo yonke itraining yabo.
And it is for this reason that it was not even necessary for you to put it as one of the outcomes in your outcomes under, I think it's slide 9 and 10.
Can you just indicate which bullet at or which point at slide 9 or 10, please?
No, I say that it is so obvious that it is one of the things that has to be trained.
That is correct.
To the extent that it was not necessary for you to put it in that slide.
Absolutely. Sorry, I misunderstood. Yes.
Apha ke kubhalwe into ebadinge kokuba bazazi xa bephuma phaya oqeqesheni ngoba ke ukuthatha kwemiyalelo into eqhelekileyo phaya ayibhalanga nokokuba enye yezinto ezijonge ukuba zibe khona.
And that if the people that you have trained fail to take simple instruction, then it means that there's a serious weakness. There would be a serious weakness in the training.
There would be a serious weakness in the operations, and that not following instructions amount to misconduct, yes.
Xa umuntu esevela phaya oqeqesheni ke uyazi okokuba kufanele ngalo lonke ixesha alalele imiyalelo anikeza yona. Xa angenzi njalo ke kukho izinyathelo ezingathabathwa ezijongise kuye.
Now, Brigadier, there is a contingency plan that was sort of drafted on the 10th of August of 2012. And I have actually requested that the contingency plan, chairperson, chairperson, I have requested that the contingency plan be copied. I have copies of the contingency plan, and I would like the General to have one of the copies and the chairperson as well.
Sorry, have we got
Uthi
copies?
kukho iplan
You
ezabhalwa
want to give it to the
ngomhla
Brigadier?
in
Are you
August
promoting him for the afternoon?
2012 afuna okokuba ubrigadier ayijonge.
Thank you.
You've got the contingency plan.
Thank you. Have you given one to the witness? When you talked about giving one to the general, did you mean the witness? Brigadier, have you got one?
No, I don't, chairperson.
The most important person.
Basilibele.
I thought there'll be someone who assists me with.
It sounds as if he's being given one.
I'm at the back and I don't even have anyone assisting me with documents, Chairperson.
We have great sympathy for you in your plight, but anyway, carry on with your cross-examination. Ms. Pillay, we'll have to give this a number 2. T?
I think it's U. T is the letter dated, well, it's the letter dated the 20th of December. You said that we may have to give it an exhibit number. That's
see,
the
we
other
haven't got it
letter.
yet, but
That
in
hasn't been-
anticipation, you're reserving the letter T for it. That's fair enough.
That's because it
Right,
follows,
that's good.
it follows S.
And we'll
which
get
is-
that first thing in the morning, I take it.
All right,
tomorrow.
so should we?
And then this one then will be you.
This will be you then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. General, Brigadier, sorry. Brigadier, this document that I have given you relates to a contingency plan on what was supposed to happen from the 10th of August. Now, let me give you an indication of one of the reasons for the contingency plan. It was because on Friday, 2012, 08/10, plus minus 7,000 employees of the affiliated unions had embarked on an unprotected strike. And then one of the instructions that was given is on page 2 of this under mission. The Deputy Provincial Commissioner of the Northwest Province has instructed that public order and crime prevention be maintained in the area of Marikana, along the route to Eastern Platinum Mine and Western Platinum Mine before, during, and after the strike. Marikana crime prevention and Rustenburg POP will be deployed. Now, the question that I ask you is,
Chairman, a long statement has been made here, and I do not have any document to which to refer to. It's very difficult for me to, unless Mr. Matebe can repeat what he's been saying, peace.
Okay. I say one of the missions of the contingency plan of the 10th of August 2012 was the following, and I will read. The Deputy Provincial Commissioner of the Northwest Province,
Deputy Commissioner of Mapolisa Northwest Province, Mtlanjona,
has instructed the Public Order and Crime Prevention
public order and crime prevention
be maintained in the area of Marikana along the route to Eastern Platinum Mine
Platinum Mine
and Western Platinum Mine
Platinum Mines
before, during, and after the strike.
Phambili ngexesha le-strike nasemva kwaso.
Marikana crime prevention and Rustenburg POP will be deployed.
Kuzawuthunyelwa amapolisa aseMarikana crime prevention nalawa ase-Rustenburg abizwa nge-POP.
Now, if the officers did not carry out this instruction, it would mean that we can assume that there would be a weakness in the training.
Xa amapolisa angenzanga ke njengokulandela kwale miyalelo singathatha okokuba kuye kwaba khona ungasebenzi kahle phaya kuqeqesho.
It's not necessarily that there's a weakness in the training if people do not follow instructions. It can be of members' own will. Instructions, members are taught from entry into the police service to follow instructions.
Amapolisa afundiswa kusuka nje ekungeneni kwawo phaya emsebenzini okuba malandele imiyalelo.
But we are not training robots to follow instructions blindly.
Kasi training ke noko i-robots ezizokwenza nje xa ku
Members have a certain level of discretion when it comes to following instructions, especially when it comes to the following of illegal instructions.
abacingayo apha abazicingayo nokulandela imiyalelo engekho mthethweni.
Or when operating unsupervised.
Noma besebenza kungekho olawulayo.
Okay. Let us go to number 3 of this concept plan, which then gives the concept and focus. Under 3.2, it says operational orders.
Apa ku 3.2 kuthethwa ngezindlela ekuzawusetshenzwa ngazo.
POP will parade at the base and Marikana.
Mr. Gumbi, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are you going to go through the whole of this? Sorry, pardon, Mr. Rampere, I beg you, forgive me. You're Mr. Rampere. Are you going to go through the whole of this document?
No.
The whole of the portion that you're now reading, para 3?
No, Chairperson. I'm going to highlight some of the issues
Yes,
that...
yes, that's right. The only reason I asked you is now 4:30. I said I would carry on until 4:30. It sounds to me, if you're only going to take 5 minutes, then we'll carry on. But if you're going to take a bit longer, I suggest you resume this cross-examination tomorrow morning.
Chair, let me try 5 minutes. If I go beyond 5 minutes,
all right. That's
then
fair enough.
It could be tomorrow morning. Well, let me go specifically to 3.2.3.
Masiza apa ku 3.2.3.
Says all incidents must be reported to JOC.
Zonke izehlakalo ezikhona mazireportwe ku-JOC, Joint Operations Center.
Hourly reports on the situation must be reported at JOC.
Hour ne-hour zonke izehlakalo ezikhona mazibikwe phaya kwi-JOC.
As from deployment, thereafter, hourly until duties are concluded.
Kusuka kwixesha umuntu efika ngalo phaya emsebenzini kude kube ixesha likatshayeli.
If these reports were not, this order was not executed, can we say that there is something fundamentally weak with the training?
Xa bengenzanga ke ngalendlela abantu njengoba balayelwa singathi ityala silithesa kwi-training.
No, I would not say that. This is an operational document and operational environment is fluent. And the situation can change on an hourly or minute base.
Asinawubheka ityala kwi-training ngoba lento yinto eyenzeka phaya ezindaweni zomsebenzi apho kukho uguquko ngamaxesha athize nathize.
My experience from an operational environment is this is the ideal that members would strive towards. There might be reasons that they have to deviate from this, and those instructions would be then given to deviate from it.
Incwadi enjengalena ke injongo kokuba nansi indlela enhle kudingeka kusetshenzwe ngayo kodwa ke kayilandelwa ngawo wonke amaxesha ngoba imeko azifani.
You cannot blame all disregard for instructions on training. There's numerous factors to take into consideration. The member itself, the circumstances he finds himself in, and whatever transpires from that circumstance that he finds himself in.
Asikwazi ukuthi yonke into eyenzeka phaya engalunganga sibekwe ityala kwi-training ngoba kukho imeko phaya emsebenzini ezingabanga uguquko oluthize nabantu ngokwabo kokuba umuntu enze into ethize ngokuzicingela yena.
Okay.
Thank you, Brigadier. I'll go to 3.2.4 on deviations. It says, all personnel will fall under the command of the overall commander. No deviation from duty will be allowed without authority from JOC.
Bonke ke abantu abaphaya bayoba phansi
if a police
kophatho
officer-
nolawulo
Sorry.
uzoba phansi kophatho nolawula laloyo obekiwe kokuba kube nguyena ucommander.
So if a police officer trained deviates without following this order, there will be something fundamentally wrong with their concept of what their duty should be to ensure safety of persons. Would you agree with me?
I would rather say there'd be something wrong with their conduct.
Apha ke xa ipolisa lifundisiwe umsebenzi lingawenzi lo msebenzi uzawuthi kukho into engalunganga apho. Impendulo ithi kuya ngokwenza kwalowo mntu ngulowo mntu kufanele atyholwe.
The last question.
Uzogqibela ke ngoku.
If, and this is now the force levels we're talking about. We're talking about 7 crime prevention officers, 3 crime intelligence officers, and 14 public order policing. If all of these people did not follow the instructions or the orders, then there's something fundamentally wrong with execution of orders of the police. Do you agree with me?
Apha ke kuthiwa amapolisa lawa abalwayo lana onke xa engalandelanga imiyalelo babanikwe yona kukho into erongo apho.
In a sense, I would say yes, because it can be that the members were ill-disciplined and did not follow orders, or that the situation did not allow them to follow that specific order, and that they had to take their own decision or initiative.
Apha ndingathi ke mhlawumbe wona amalunga lawo amapolisa enza ngokwawo izinto ezingafanele noma imeko zazinyanzela ukuba benze ngalendlela benza ngayo noma kwakho ezinye izizathu ezenzo kokuba benze oko.
But your general statement that orders should be followed is something that we...
Chair, the difficulty with these hypothetical questions, I don't know whether it is alleged some instructions were not followed and by who, or it's just a matter of what?
He's putting the question on the basis that if what he says is right, how does the Brigadier comment? Brigadier is busy commenting, nearly finished with his comment. Obviously, we'll get more detail at a later stage as to whether all the instructions were disobeyed, or only some of them were, but it'd probably be much quicker for the purposes of finishing this part of the cross-examination this afternoon, just to let him finish his answer. We've been told it's the last question.
Apha ke kuthethwa ngabantu abangenzanga izinto ezithize nabazenzile ezingafanelanga ngakushiwo nguba ngobani uthi umgcini sihlalo uyethemba kokuba ekambeni kwexesha kuzawuvezwa kokuba ngobani abakuthethwa ngabo apha.
I hope I've answered you sufficiently, sir.
Ndiyathemba kokuba ndiyiphendulile ngokwanele imibuzo yakho mhlekazi.
Yes, you'd answer me sufficiently and being the last question. If we don't have our reports on this concept plan that can be brought before this commission, then you would agree with me that there was a problem with the implementation of this plan and it's as good as the paper is written on.
Xa kungabanga ke ne-report ezize hour ne-hour njengoba kuyitsho le ncwadi yomyalelo kuyakhomba kokuba kwenzakala into ebingafanele eli phepha kusho ukuba into yalutho.
That would be an operational matter and not so as much a training matter if the hourly reports were not done as they were planned to be done.
Ezo zinto zizinto
Thank you,
zazenziwa
Chairperson.
phaya apho kwakusetshenzwa khona awukwazi ukuthi ngezinto ezingenzeka ngaphaya apho kwakusebenza khona uchole uqeqesho lwaba bantu.
Thank you, Mr. Rapelli. I'm sorry that I confused you with your colleague, Mr. Gumbi, a few moments ago, but thank you very much for your questions. Mr. Gumbi, I take it if you have any questions, you'll be happy to ask them tomorrow.
Yes, Chairperson, I'm going to take instruction to that effect.
Uthi umhlekazi uGumbi useza uthetha nabantu abamele ke yena abone ngomso kokuba kwimbuzo aza kuyibuza na.
The Commission will adjourn and resume tomorrow at 9:30.
Sawuphuma iCommission ngoku ngomso 9:30. What is this man saying?
He was saying that you saw me that was striking
No, it's these people here have got to supply me with these documents.